the town of Matthews, and this evening at our 6 p.m. meeting, we want to meet the participants of Matthews 101 program. Maureen, could you give us a little bit about the history of the program? How many years have we been doing this? Do you know?
So this is my 5th year, and I think the program paused for a little bit before I came on, but I know that they were doing it here in Matthews before I came. So
I think not for too long. So you have been mostly in charge of this program, at least for the last 5 years. And as all the participants in the room know, and the town board knows, this is an opportunity for our residents and our constituents to learn more about the town. And I'm so very grateful that so many of you have an interest in learning more about the town. It's, I think, very beneficial to know how things work. I think what I'd like to do, I would like to start this meeting for the benefit of those participants, is to have each of the town commissioners introduce themselves and let us know how long you've been a commissioner and what your background is, so we can all become familiar with one another. So Ken, we can start with you, sir.
I am Ken McCool, serving in my 1st term. I was lucky to be reelected last week to a 2nd term. Lifelong Matthews resident, ran because I care so much about the town and love this town so much. It's always invigorating to see how many people are interested and excited in local government. A lot of communities have a lot of apathy, so we're really lucky here to have so many people involved. So that's a little bit about me, and a thank you for all doing the Matthews 101 program and being here tonight.
All right, thank you, Ken. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Hi, I'm Renee Garner. I'm serving my 1st term and about to go into my 2nd term. I first got involved in Matthews politics when the John Street Super Street was planned, and I see my friend Gray Birch from that whole process. And then from there, several years later, I decided to run for my 1st term in 2019. I am also a lifelong Matthews resident. I live in the house that my grandparents built in 1942 and am now raising my kids. My granddad went to Matthews High School. My kids are going and went to Matthews Elementary. So it's a wonderful community we have, and we're dedicated to keeping it that way.
There we see one of your children, Fox. Mr. Bland, sir.
I'm Dave Bland. I've served 5 terms on the commission, town council. I guess 4 of my terms were back in the 80s when when I first moved here to Matthews, and a lot of stuff was going on. Matthews much smaller then, but then I got to the age where my kids needed more of my time and attention, and so I went off the board, and then they grew up, and I decided I'd come back, and I ran again in this past term. And COVID came along, sort of threw a monkey wrench in a lot of things we planned to do, but I'm a trial lawyer. I'm one of the founding members of Weaver, Bennett & Bland here in Matthews law firm. I think Matthews is just a super place, and there's just so many things that we have to be thankful for. And I think I'm going off this term, and I think we got a great new board coming up. They'll do a good job, and I'm really excited for them. And Matthews is a great place, and I hope all you guys enjoyed as much as I enjoyed living here since I guess 82, something like that.
Back when you were but a wee lad.
Just a wee little thing. That's right.
John, Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, good evening. John Urban, wrapping up my 5th term. We'll be heading into my 6th term as commissioner. Resident of Matthews, somewhere between 23 and 25 years from that standpoint. And I just want to thank all of you for attending. Maureen and company have done such a wonderful job with this. I've gotten a lot of good, positive feedbacks from those folks who have taken the same course that you have. I just wish that some of it was more engaged in just Zoom, but we'll get over that sooner than later. And welcome you all tonight. And I'm glad you went through the experience.
Thank you, John. Jeff Miller, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Jeff Miller. I'm serving my 14th year as a commissioner. Before that, I spent 2 years on Park and Recreation Advisory to get involved with the town. I also love this town, and I only have one son, and he went to Matthews Elementary and Crown Point and Butler. And I love this town, and I thank you for taking the course and showing interest. It's good to have involved citizenry. Thank you.
And finally, for those that don't know me, I'll introduce myself. I'm John Higdon. I grew up mostly in this area. I moved down to North Carolina when I was 12 years old. Grew up in the Charlotte area, attended South Mech and North Carolina State University. Moved back to the Charlotte area as an adult, married with a young family. And I lived right on the outskirts. I lived about 3 houses deep in the Sardis Forest neighborhood in Charlotte. And I said, man, I really want to be over in Matthews. So in 2001, I moved over into Matthews proper. I have 2 children, and they also both attended Matthews Elementary, Crestdale, and Butler. So I really enjoyed the experience here. I first ran for office because I had a great concern about how many trees were being cut in our town when developers were coming in. And I spoke before the town board a few times, and actually Commissioner Miller actually encouraged me to run for office. So you can blame him for being mayor, because he's the one that really encouraged me. And the first time I ran, I came in 7th place out of 7 people and wasn't elected. And the next time I didn't run at all. And Jeff kept after me to go ahead and give it one more try. And now I'm the mayor. So that's how that works. But
Congratulations.
So I'd also like to tell you, I think you know this, but the roles and responsibilities of the town board, we basically set the policies for the town, and then town manager Hazen Blodgett is the top employee within the town, and he actually puts the policies that we vote on into place regarding zoning and a myriad of other things that come before our town board that we have to decide on. Would any of the commissioners like to elaborate on what you think we do, or what our roles and responsibilities are?
Nah.
Not hearing a lot. So I think that kind of encompasses it. So we've all introduced ourselves, and I know some of you that are in Matthews 101, but I'd like you just to go around the room again, and we'll introduce yourself. And maybe let's just start with there. Tell us, what drew you to Matthews 101, and if you're working, tell us, what you do for a living, and anything else you'd like to tell us about yourself. So let's see, we can start with Mr. Elmore.
Good evening. I am retired. I'm not getting a paycheck. So I have retired 40 years in healthcare. And the last 3 years, I was doing some adjunct teaching up at UNC Charlotte. But 30 years we've been in Matthews. And I was not aware of 101 until this summer when I was looking at my new Matthews Police app on my phone, and I noticed all these different committees, and I contacted Ms. Hawk about committee involvement, and she brought me into the 101. So thank you for Ms. Hawk, and thank you, Maureen, for running this 101.
Thank you. We can go on to the Meaths, and am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Go ahead, Lori and Michael.
Hi, we're Lori and Michael Meath. I'll tell you this quickly, and I don't like to give Lori a chance to talk, but I will. Otherwise, she'll pinch me under the table. My whole family, my sisters and my sister and all of her grown kids have migrated over the last 20 years to the Charlotte area. And my brother Tom, who is the brains of the operation and is actually right this minute in Australia, where he lives, called Lori and I 3 years ago and said, Matthews. I've done my homework. I've done the research. We're going to move to Matthews. Cool. So I retired in July. I was, for 20 years, the director of facilities in Western New York for the American Red Cross. I managed 15 buildings of various sizes and shapes. And Lori, do you want to talk?
Yeah, I came with him, but I didn't get to retire. But I retired from being a health educator and outreach director for a breast cancer coalition in Rochester, New York. We're kind of glad to put away the golden shovel. I know we might get 2 inches, but we don't shovel 2 inches.
Yeah.
And today we remembered once again, as we picked up leaves and looked at trees that aren't even bare yet, why we're here. Matthews has been everything we wanted. One of our daughters was here this weekend and said the same thing, like, oh my God, you guys are so lucky. And taking the Matthews 101 just reinforced it. We are so impressed by how much planning went into making Matthews what it is. And we're interested in keeping Matthews, this incredible legacy, going. So thanks to all. It's terrific. We love it here.
And today,
We're glad you're here.
today I drove down to pick up more bags to put our leaves in.
Free bags.
Free bags, and it could not have been easier or more convenient to go and do it. And I just want to say, last week on a trip to the library, I ran into Mr. Urban and Mr. McCool, who spent plenty of time and spoke with me and filled me in on a whole lot of things going on in Matthews. So thank you, both of you. And it just reinforces what a wonderful, wonderful town this is.
What you guys do really makes a difference, and it shows.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, I grew up in the Cleveland area till I was age 12, and I think I shoveled enough snow from birth to 12 for a lifetime. So I don't want to shovel any more snow. So I'm glad to be here
He
as
may
well.
have post-traumatic snow disorder.
We're with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no more snow.
No,
There we go.
not big amounts.
One other thing that you touched on that I've noticed quite a bit. Just I worked at Combraco for about 25 years and did quite a bit of traveling all across the country. And I do think you notice, and it certainly predates everybody on our board, something that goes back many decades, is there's been a lot of planning for how Matthews looks. And it's real apparent when you go to a town that hasn't planned, when it's just strip mall after strip mall and just everything just built on top of everything and just looks terrible. You can tell that some really wise people thought about what they wanted Matthews to be when it grew up, and they planned it very well. So thanks to all the people that came before us that started that, and we've tried to continue it. The Weezers, you going to go next?
Sure. Dave and Leslie Weiser. We've been in Matthews for 30 years, live in the Brightmoor development. I would imagine most commissioners are familiar with me being on a couple of the different boards, which has been a real pleasure to be able to serve there. And we're both retired, and Leslie just recently, well, semi-retired.
Yeah.
Leslie just accepted a position at the Help Center. So she's doing that, and I'm just working a little part-time job. Even with all my involvement in the town and the different boards, taking Matthew or the 101 course has been extremely enlightening, and I didn't realize how much I didn't know about the town. So it's been extremely helpful.
Great. Yeah, David, we certainly do recognize you. You have done quite a bit for the town, and we really appreciate all the volunteer work you've done.
Well,
Hopefully some of your fellow 101 participants will follow in your footsteps and maybe volunteer for some of our advisory boards.
Yeah.
We'll move on to Peaches Pasamba.
Hi, good evening. I've been in Matthews for 3 years. I made 3 years in September. I moved from Mint Hill. I'm originally from New York, and I was a social worker in New York. Moved to the Charlotte area, and loved every minute that I've been in Matthews. Like Mint Hill, but absolutely love Matthews. My son just graduated from the middle college program at Levine CPCC. He attends App State. I have a 12-year-old. He does not attend Crown Point or Mint Hill, but he does go to Randolph, and he swims with Team Charlotte, which is right across Brightmoor, and we absolutely love it here. I'm in the Heathers, and the reason why I took Matthews 101 is I really wanted to learn more about the town and to figure out where I'd like to volunteer at some point. I was a stay-at-home mom for 12 years, and I'm currently a realtor. So thank you for the program, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to have participated.
Thank you.
Move on to Gray Birch.
Hey, I'm Gray Birch. I'm born and raised in Charlotte, but I've lived in Matthews for the past 9 years. Like Renee said, I really got involved with everything with the East John Street because I had a house on East John Street, and I don't know if y'all just saw, but I have a 2.5-year-old daughter that East John Street is not good for a kid with that. Some of the dump trucks, especially going 55. I just opened up my own insurance agency, Birch Insurance Group, and just trying to figure out, where the best places are to volunteer, where I can help the most. But yeah, I've enjoyed one-on-one as well. I've missed a couple sessions, but it's been crazy, some of the stuff that you think that you'd know, but it's behind the scenes and you don't. So very beneficial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you participating.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Sheila Burns.
Good evening. I live at Windsor Run on McKee Road. I'm retired. I'm originally from New York, and I moved here 3 years ago, having lived about 30 years in England. I was a biologist and I worked in drug development. During COVID, I occasionally watched on Zoom some of your board meetings, and I was really so impressed by the commissioners and so impressed by all the people who work for the town. Somehow in connection with this, I learned about Matthews 101. And because I wanted to learn more about how local government worked here. And anyway, I've enjoyed the course very, very much.
Fantastic. You say you lived in England for 30 years?
Yes.
I'm surprised you don't have an English accent. I have friends that live there for 2 or 3 years and they come back, talking like this. So
Yeah.
I really poor attempt at an English accent, but
I'm surprised too.
yeah, I had a friend that lived in New Zealand for like 9 months and she came back speaking in some strange dialect.
Really?
Wow. That's what you get immersed in. But that's fantastic. We'll move on to Sharon Coleman.
Hi, everybody. I am retired from North Carolina Division of Employment Security. I have been in Matthews since '04. I live in Matthews Grove, and I moved here because I wanted my daughter to go to Butler at the time, even though technically we are in Charlotte. I also volunteer for early voting, and several of my coworkers had taken Matthews 101, and that's all they talked about was Matthews 101. So that's why I signed up. I found it to be very interesting. I learned a lot about Matthews that I did not know.
Fantastic. Thank you. Maureen, do we have any more 101 participants in the room?
Nope, I think we got everybody.
All right, great. Moving on, Hazen, I think I kind of glossed over what your responsibilities are, and I don't know if you were part of the 101 session, but if you could maybe just reiterate what exactly you do and why you love it so much and why you're leaving in a couple months.
Thanks, Mayor.
That was a little dig there.
Yeah, we did speak to the group, and it is under the council manager form of government, right? The board sets the policy, and then the staff carries out the policy, and the staff ultimately would report to me. And kind of the best example, like, is the police chief, and if a commissioner said to the police chief, my brother-in-law got a ticket, fix this ticket. The whole purpose behind the council manager form of government is really to operate as a professional, ethical level as possible without political involvement. Now, I will say, and it's really been for any board that I've worked with Matthews, they would never do that in the beginning. They would know that's a line you just don't cross. And so it is a great town. It is fun to hear everybody say how much they love the town. And we are lucky because I think you all picked to come to Matthews. I didn't hear anybody say, well, I mean, Renee probably has a long history, but most of us make an active choice, or our family did, to come here. And I do think that's a primary motivator to make a great place, because people are more invested because they chose us or the town. And so it kind of all works together.
Yeah, so Hazen has been our town manager for about 18 years, and the entire time, I think anybody on our current board has been elected official. So he's done an awesome job. We hired a professional consulting firm to help us find someone to not replace, but that nobody will replace Hazen, but we'll find somebody hopefully that can step into his shoes and manage in as well as he did. And I think it's pretty unusual for a town manager to stay in one place for as long as Hazen did. And I think it's a tribute to what a great job he's done. So we love you, Hazen. We're going to miss you. And I keep trying to talk him out of retiring, but I haven't been successful so far. But I'm still going to try up until the day he walks out to get him to change his mind.
John, can I make a small comment?
Sure, absolutely. Jump in.
For Sheila in Windsor Run, 2 years ago during the campaign, we had a forum at Windsor Run, and a number of your residents vocalized a walking problem between you and Fincher Farms, the Publix, the CVS there. And I've been working with this board and Hazen to get that, I think it's the original Fincher property, to get the sidewalk carried around the fence and reconnected so that your walkway, with or without a cart, will be paved the whole way. And I don't have a timeline for that now, but I want you to know that the voices were heard and we fought for it.
We're very grateful. I did know from some earlier part of 101 that this has been approved, and I think it's out to the contract's been approved and everything. So we are eagerly waiting for it to be completed, and are very grateful for that. And we are also very grateful that you all came a couple of years ago before the election, and unfortunately didn't come this time. But
our citizens' voices are heard, and we represent you. And in this small town, we can achieve good deeds like that to help.
Yeah, I think that'll be coming on board pretty soon, because I've seen him out there, measuring, and I think that's going to happen sooner rather than later.
Oh, great.
Sheila, you mentioned that you watch some of our town board meetings, and I asked our assistant town manager, Becky Hawk, the other day, I said, how many people watch our board meetings? And she said, oh, 2 or 3. And I said, well, I think one's my mother. So we're really impressed. My father used to make my brother and I watch Charlotte town board meetings on PBS, I think as punishment. He would turn it on and it was like the driest, boringest thing you could ever imagine. Then I ended up, becoming mayor of a town. So maybe it rubbed off on me a little bit, but thank you. We do have a lot of people that go back and watch the meetings on YouTube after they've already happened. We just don't have a lot of people that watch them live.
Oh, I didn't know you could watch them after.
Yeah, you can. We've done that a few years ago, and there you can search them. And so if somebody says, Renee Garner said so-and-so, you can go see exactly what she said. So you can watch it. So we have to make sure we think before we speak. So I think it would be interesting. I always like to talk to the Matthews 101 folks and say, what did you find unexpected? And anybody, we'll just open it up to the floor. What did you find that was kind of a little bit shocking that you didn't realize happened in the town, or was unusual or different?
Well, I think I was impressed by the questions when I was listening to these meetings, actually. the questions that the commissioners asked, and they seemed so knowledgeable, especially vis-a-vis planning issues and things like that. So I was just very impressed with that. Matthews 101, I can't think right now.
Thank you.
I think I was impressed with the police department and the equipment they have and the professionalism that they have. It was very impressive.
Great.
Did they mention that we bought a simulator recently? Did that come up?
I can't recall if it did or not.
We recently approved the purchase. It probably hadn't been purchased yet, but it's in progress of my memory serves, $120,000 computer simulator that will help with making sure our officers are trained to make the right decisions in the spur of the moment. So that's kind of exciting. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Garner and I were speaking to Officer Warren a few weeks ago, and he was very excited about bringing that on board and how much more they can be, well prepared for any event in town. Lori, do you have a comment? Go ahead. Go ahead,
For
Lori.
me, I think it was really about the planning. Again, we chose this because it seemed to have a large number of parks and the greenways and just the appearance, for instance, of the extended business district. So it was really fascinating to hear how much thought and planning went into that. And again, it was interesting when our daughter was here, coming from a community where there's no planning and stuff is just plopping down and there's no consistency. And it just was really fascinating to hear how much went in, especially in such a growth time. I mean, it just sounds like Matthews exploded, but it doesn't appear to have overwhelmed the original plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Urban, you may want to speak to that with Red Brick Partnership, et cetera, but I know that we started, with a seed of a few businesses in the downtown area. Then I think Rob Jasek was involved initially with the beer temple. John, do you want to comment to that?
I think you have to go back a little bit further than that to 2001, whereas the town board at that point in time came up with the big idea, which was the conversion of what was the Harris Teeter Shopping Center to what is now Town Hall and the Main Street. And that was the catalyst that, took some time and gained some traction, but that was a sort of preceding 10 years to this last 10 years of rapid development in downtown. I mean, all our storefronts are full. We've got a lot of businesses in them. It just took time. And now we've sort of in the last 5 years started having more people living downtown through more mixed use type projects. So it's been a 20-year stint. And I think in the next 10 to 15 years, you're going to see even greater things come from that aspect of it. So I think Hazen's been around that entire time, that big idea. And I guess the question is going to be what is the next big idea?
Yeah, I can recall standing in that parking lot when it was a Harris Teeter parking lot,
Yep.
chock full of potholes and et cetera. And I was also there the day we dedicated Town Hall. And I think the interesting or beautiful thing about our town hall as far as planning goes is a lot of people that come to our town and visit it think our town hall was built in 1920 or something, and it was actually built in 2001, and it looks like it's been here forever. And the whole entire Matthews Station Street as well is built with that kind of look to it, so it looks like it has some permanence and it's been around for a while. But yeah, that really was, you're right, Town Hall was in a very, very tiny small building. Wow, a lot of change in the last 20 years. And I can recall growing up in the Charlotte area, driving through Matthews, and if you blinked twice, you'd kind of miss it. There wasn't a whole lot here. A lot of farms, and it was not very well developed. Not a lot of roads, not a lot of neighborhoods. So phenomenal growth in the last 25 to 30 years. Commissioner Miller?
I just want to point out, don't underestimate the north end as you go past Old 51 Matthews Min Hill Road. The bypass or the parkway was designed to divert traffic around downtown Matthews, but before, at Butler High School, where Old 51 and New 51 combined, or separate, I guess would be a better term. That was good planning. And the north end was a field and a rundown house or two on both sides of the street. And the north end was designed to mimic downtown Matthews with different types of brick and older looking buildings and insert, along the storefront for placemaking. And hats off to Commissioner Urban for those design elements. It's a lot to be proud of.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner, you've lived here your entire life. Do you have any comments on how the town has changed, or for the better or worse since you've lived here?
Well, I guess I remember both sides. I remember those houses. One of the houses was where the woman who ran the swimming pool, Star swimming pool, where I'd spend my summers. So I kind of have both a bit of nostalgia and excitement for what Matthews is, and the changes have been great for our family. And so that's exciting to see and to continue.
Yeah, I certainly think one of the really beautiful things about our town is the downtown historic district with the Reed House and Renfro Hardware, which is really one of the main driving forces that drew me here. A town now that's I think approaching 35,000 or more residents, and yet you can still go down to Renfro's and people know you by name, and you can still see the old guys playing checkers, sitting around a potbelly stove. I mean, that's out of a different era. And so a lot of times you'll hear folks here talk about that small town feel, and I think we still have that a little bit. We only had a few people comment on what they found interesting or new. Does anybody else want to say any interesting tidbit, Mr. Elmore?
Each session I learned something new, but I was primarily taken back by the history. It was nice to know that, but I was most surprised by the small geographic footprint and how I guess we're surrounded. We're not going to be able to grow, which is kind of a good thing in terms of square miles, but I'm sure that population can grow to some degree. But that was the biggest surprise, and it was nice to know all the different infrastructure in place, particularly around fire and also around the police.
Great. I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to see the video that's on the Matthews Town website about the Crestdale Heritage Trail. Has anybody seen that? Latest greenway that we've added to town that goes from the back of Town Hall through the historic Crestdale neighborhood and over to the 4 Mile Creek Greenway. And that, Crestdale, or the old Tanktown neighborhood, is one of the oldest predominantly Black neighborhoods in North Carolina. It was founded shortly after the Civil War. And a lot of really neat people got their start there. One of our hometown heroes certainly is Harvey Boyd, who's a gentleman that still lives in Crestdale, and he's the gentleman that designed the Mecklenburg County seal. So when you get your tax bill and you see that seal, he designed that. He's an older man now, but he designed that, I believe, when he was 19 or 20 years old. So that's kind of interesting. Selma Burke is a famous American sculptor, most noted for sculpting the relief of FDR that's found on a dime. She was a frequent visitor. She wasn't from Crestdale, but she had, I think, family or friends that lived in the area. Walter Stewart, I believe, still lives in the area, and he was the road manager for the singer Johnny Rivers. So, a lot of interesting people in that neighborhood. Very close-knit neighborhood. Unfortunately, was segregated back in the day, but very important part of our community. And I encourage you to go walk that trail, because there's signage that celebrates all these different people that got their start there or live there. It's a really nice addition to our Greenway network. And again, a very nice video online that Corey King, our Parks and Rec director, put together that really celebrates that new addition. Anyone else have a comment? Do you have any questions about anything you saw, or? Just go ahead and speak up.
All right, I have a question.
Oh,
Fantastic.
This is not a huge, serious with political ramifications, but I'm just curious why the main street is Trade Street and off of Trade Street is a very little small Main Street.
I think Hazen would be best to answer that. I have no idea.
Well, it is, and the irony is that you don't, like on Main Street, you don't see any indication of like
Nothing.
commercial buildings.
Nope.
There's nothing, no hint.
No hint.
Yeah.
And we haven't found any Matthews people who knew.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Paula Lester or Becky Willard with the Historical Foundation and see if they know.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff is lost in the ether of time. I was always found it curious in Charlotte near South End area. Being a kid from Cleveland, there's a whole series of streets in that portion of town named after big streets in Cleveland. So obviously somebody from Ohio came down here and named a bunch of the roads. There's a whole bunch of roads that are exactly the same as the ones in Cleveland. But that's a good question. We'll see if we can find an answer. If anybody would know, it would be.
Yeah, that's a silly question, but I just was curious.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't.
Thank you.
Question, have there been any plans for the old Exxon station at John and Trade?
Hazen, you want to answer that? I heard there were rumors of possibly a restaurant going in there. Do you know?
So Jay Camp, our planning director, will know more than, well, certainly me, maybe other people have heard, but I have heard it. The plan is to build a one-story building, and I haven't heard what's in it. Staff would prefer to see like a two-story building, give us more kind of depth and I guess character. But it's what they call a by right zoning, and the town doesn't have it. Many of David knows, but it's so conditionally zoning driven. The board really has a strong ability to craft, the building and even what's going to go in it. And in this case, it's up to the developer what they want to do. I don't know if David Bland or somebody knows more than I do, but that's what I know. John, do you know any? Irvin, do you know anything?
You're spot on. What I understand is that it's basically a single story structure that would be mercantile, retail, or could be a restaurant use. But yeah, it's a little unfortunate that it's only going to be single story. Doesn't maximize the ability of being right next to Stumptown Park and on a critical corner.
Yep. So you've probably noticed that we don't have any really, really tall buildings in our historic district, and that is restricted because we don't want something to tower over Town Hall or the churches or other historic buildings that are here. So we have limitations on height. However, in the new entertainment district by the Sportsplex that we're building, we're hoping to encourage, we're going to talk about possibly putting some taller buildings there. I think there's a great desire to have a hotel with a possible convention center would be great in Matthews, because we lose all that business to Charlotte and Monroe and surrounding towns. So I think you're going to see some interesting new development in that area. I don't know if anyone has seen the Briley Apartments on Matthews Mint Hill, but that's kind of the front edge of the entertainment district, and kind of some neat larger buildings in there.
That's where I live.
Oh, really?
Briley, yeah.
That's pretty sharp place. We several of us took a tour of that a few weeks ago. Wow, that's a really nice new development.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. Tell my wife if I didn't like to garden and mow grass so much, I would consider moving over there. It's pretty nice.
We're actually moving to Fremont, South Fremont, December 1st. So we miss being in the heart. So we've only been here for 4 months, and we're paying to get out of it to be in the heart of Matthews. So that's how much we love Matthews.
Thank you.
Yeah, the values of homes, unfortunately for you, if you're moving, have gone up significantly. They were much less expensive as recently as 4 or 5 years ago, but there's so many people that want to live within walking distance of all the restaurants and activity downtown that people are snatching up even some of those smaller houses at extraordinary prices to have that walkability. And people really like parking their car on Friday afternoon and just, walking or biking everywhere. And that's also what we're trying to accomplish with all this integrated greenway network and Now, due to largely to Mayor Pro Tem Garner, we've got a new push for sidewalk, filling our sidewalk gaps and making the town more walkable for everybody. So, well, I really want to encourage all of you to consider, now that you've going to be graduating from Matthews 101, to participate in any of our advisory committees. I spent 6 or 7 years on our appearance and tree board because I had a good concern about the trees, and as did Commissioner Urban. I know David has served on our planning board for many years. That's a great board, particularly if you ever want to consider running to become a town commissioner, because I tell that all the new commissioners, the biggest learning curve for any elected official, I think, is all the zoning regulations and rules and laws and what we can do and can't do.
Yeah.
So the planning board is a great committee to be on. Maybe some of the other commissioners can help me recall all of the different boards we have. We have the Cultural Diversity Committee, Parks and Rec. Jump in, folks.
Economic.
Committee.
Economic development. Yeah.
Yeah. Environmental. Transportation.
Good job, Urban.
A lot of committees, a lot of opportunity, depending on what you want to get involved in, and we're certainly not averse to forming a new committee. If you think of something the town's not doing that we should be doing, just let us know. Sheila, did you have a question or comment?
I did want to say that I was recently reading something called the Age-Friendly Mecklenburg Action Plan from 2021. And what I found interesting was that they were saying that 45% of the population growth in the next 15 years is going to be of people 55 and over. And I wondered if you feel that's going to be happening in Matthews as well, and how would that fit into any future plans for the area? I must say that this plan, their two top priorities were transportation and accessibility of outdoor spaces. And I just wondered if you have any projection about the population growth in the next 15 years and what it would be like in terms of age.
Sure. And you mentioned transportation, and that's another committee we have. I don't think we mentioned that. We have a transportation advisory committee as well. Ironically, Hazen and I were discussing earlier today, we both got invited to the dedication of the latest addition to Matthews Glen, one of our senior retirement. The other one, the other big one, you're in Windsor Run.
Right.
So yeah, they're adding into a complete second phase. I'm 58, so I'm certainly part of that demographic. I hear what you're saying. And I spent several years also on our Economic Development Advisory Committee, and we started talking about that realization that there's going to be a larger and larger portion of our population that are in that age demographic, and we started talking about what businesses can best serve in that age group. And some of the things we were talking about 7 or 8 or 10 years ago were things like, all these delivery services where people bring services to you. Transportation is certainly key. Mayor Pro Tem Garner and I both have served on the MTC, the Metropolitan Transit Commission, and the Charlotte Regional Transportation and Planning Organization. And we've tried to help fashion what that will look like in the future, particularly with micro mobility, getting folks to the last mile. If you can't get to the bus stop, can we get a van or something to pick folks up?
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot more people that aren't driving their own vehicles. They're going to be Ubering or whatever the new thing is. So it's something that's certainly on our radar. We are trying certainly to attract everybody. We're getting my wife and I were commenting, I live in the Ashley Creek neighborhood, and she said, we're becoming the old people here. When we moved here, we were young and we had young children, and now I got gray hair, and all my neighbors seem to be being replaced with younger people. So I think older folks are moving into less large and maintenance heavy environments. So We certainly have a strong emphasis on affordable or attainable housing. So we're looking at our inventory of homes and how they're best used, and trying to make more inventory available that's more affordable. Not everyone in that age demographic can afford to live at Windsor Run or Matthews Glen, to be frank. So we need to, how can we accommodate those folks as well? So I don't know if any other commissioner wants to comment on Sheila's question.
I will.
Sure, go ahead.
Sheila, it's a good question. I'm old enough to remember that in the 70s, all the old people moved to Florida, it seemed, and in the 80s, they went to Phoenix and Tucson, Arizona, and there was a short window of Branson, Missouri, which didn't really catch on. But South and North Carolina are extremely popular. Parts of Texas are extremely popular, but North Carolina has 4 seasons. Florida doesn't have 4 seasons. Most of Arizona doesn't have 4 seasons. So that's an advantage. The taxes are low. The landscape is beautiful. And we have Windsor Run, Matthews Glen. We have a number of other facilities that are being built or are in the works. And as we as commissioners or Mayor Higdon, every once in a while we're criticized for too much development, traffic and schools and things like that. But a senior community, or if you have a 55 and older community, it doesn't create a burden on the school system. A lot of the people, or most of the people, are not working 9 to 5. And so it's part of a solution in balance. Now, downtown Matthews, we might want more vibrant young people to go out and about and things like that. But again, you're not placing a burden on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system. You're not increasing traffic dramatically. So honestly, we welcome them.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Although we did have a developer come before us and tell me and others on the board that people 55 and older don't really drive. And I'm like, hey man, I still drive a little bit. My dad's 87. He's still driving. So still don't get about a bit. But a point well taken, Commissioner Miller, that really one of the big burdens is our school system. You're probably aware our public schools are most of them are at capacity. We have I think Renee is at Crown Point. I believe that's only at 80%, but I think all the other schools in town are at capacity or above capacity. So
yeah,
something we're going to have to consider as we start approving more and more development. What are we going to do with all the kids that are coming in if we're looking at that demographic? Yes, sir, Mr. Elmore.
Just an encouragement to consider expanding Greenway capabilities.
Yes.
Yes. One of the things that I kind of sometimes hold my head in shame a little bit is when Commissioner Miller was a big cheerleader for greenways. I'm like, yeah, that's great, but I don't want it in my backyard. And I have a greenway in my backyard, and it's awesome. So I think I really misjudged the impact of I think I was more concerned about a huge development in my backyard than the greenway, but the greenways have turned out to be just phenomenal and so well utilized and have increased the values of all the homes. And where I'm sitting right now, I'm sitting in my home office. Of course, it's dark outside right now, but as I look at the greenway every day, I see hundreds of people of all ages, out walking, and just they're incredible. And we intend to expand them as much as we can. They're very expensive, outrageously expensive, sometimes over $1 million a mile to build, depending on the right of way and the cost of asphalt, etc. But
and we do have is the Stevens Creek Greenway? Is that the one that I'm thinking of, and Irvin's Creek Greenway? So there are two new segments that are in planning. Is that correct, Hazen? One is ever connecting Crown Point through some new development.
So Ottawa Road.
And Ottawa Road.
Park. Yeah, Ottawa Road Park. Yeah.
And then there's something in the works for Irvin's Creek. Is that correct?
Well, that's Irvin's Creek. That's Irvin's Creek Greenway.
Okay. And then one of the first things that when I was on the board, John and I met with Hazen and our county commissioner and talked about, these are very far off plans, but somehow connecting our greenway system all the way over to Providence Road. So making sure that there is planning in place, there's property set aside, that ultimately that would be the goal, is to connect Matthews through greenways to other parts of the community.
So we widened a bridge on South Trade Street near Pleasant Plains, and the state in their infinite wisdom decided, yeah, we'll just pile all this material up and build the bridge over, and then we'll drill a hole through it to make a pathway underneath, instead of putting a big culvert underneath in the first place and then building the bridge on top of it. But we will have that being built in the near future, hopefully, and that will allow particularly kids, to ride their bikes or walk and go underneath Trade Street and walk up to the Mara ball fields, etc. And our goal is what we always talk about on these greenways, in addition to how great it is for us older folks, is we want to have the ability for our children to be able to ride their bikes or walk around town without having to cross a really busy thoroughfare, and so they could safely ride around. And our goal really is someday to be able to get on a greenway and ride from one side of Matthews to the other, or as Renee said, all the way into Charlotte without ever, getting on a major thoroughfare, just staying on a greenway. Well, anyway, I want to give everyone a ability to take a quick break before we start our regular meeting. I'm thrilled that you guys participated in Matthews 101 and appreciate it. I'm glad that it's always encouraging to see that people care enough to take some time to learn more about the town. And we've gotten some of our very best suggestions from Matthews 101 graduates. You may see something a little different and say, hey, why are you doing this or that? I always recall, I tell this story quite often, but there's a story by Philip Crosby wrote about. He was a great quality guru, and he said that his niece would always buy a canned ham and cut the last 2 inches of the ham off and throw it away before she cooked it. And she said, why do you do that? And she said, well, grandma always did that, so that's what I do. And so they said, why don't we ask grandma why she does that? And she said, my pan was too short. So maybe we're doing things a way that you see, not just the way we've always done it, and we can't see the forest for the trees. So maybe you can suggest some improvements. So we're always looking to do things better. One of the great things Hazen has encouraged us to do is to continuously improve, and that's what we want to do. We want to do everything, do it better tomorrow than we're doing it today, and continuously improve. So if you have any ideas, certainly shoot an email or call any of us anytime, and we'd love to hear from you. Hopefully, I'll see some familiar faces now on some of our advisory boards. And thank you, Maureen, for doing another great job of running this effort, and we appreciate you as well. So I think we're going to take a brief break.
Thank you.
Take a brief break, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock. And I'm going to recognize you in front of everyone in our regular meeting. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
So.
Hey, Charles Buckley. We like your street. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Charlie.
I just said, oh, that was indeed a surprise. That was very humbling for the board to do that.
Well, we're brand new to Matthews, and we
Couple months.
we learned the secret of cutting across Charles Buckley. We call it Chuck
Chuck
Buck.
Buck.
And I just saw your name. I went, oh my
Charles
God,
Buckley.
that's Charles Buckley.
We know him.
Well,
This is the famous Charles Buckley, our town attorney.
Famous Charles Buckley.
yes, one in the
How about
same.
that?
Well, we just wanted to say hello and thank you for your street.
How nice of you. That's very kind. Thank you.
You know, before we get started, I heard you guys talking about Charles Buckley Way, and I made a comment to Charlie that, you know, that road's a little bit crooked. I don't know if that has any special meaning or not. Just teasing. We love you, Mr. Buckley.
All right, everybody, it is 7 o'clock. Please come back, turn on your cameras.
Oh.
Mr. Miller, are you back?
I am now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for the town of Matthews for November 8th, 2021. I'm Mayor John Higdon. I'd like to start with a few introductions. We have Commissioner John Urban with us tonight. Planning Director Jay Camp. Commissioner Dave Bland. Assistant Town Manager Becky Hawk. Mayor Pro Tem Renee Garner. Commissioner Ken McCool. Our Town Attorney Charles Buckley. Our Public Information Officer Maureen Keith. Commissioner Jeff Miller. Town Clerk Lori Canapino. And I believe that's all I can see on my screen. Have I missed anyone, Lori?
I think you've got everybody.
I think Mr. Blodgett just left Town Hall to his home and he'll be joining us shortly. I would like to say that Commissioner Larry Whitley has been out of commission this past week or so. He unfortunately had pneumonia and was in the hospital for a few days. He's recovering at home now, and he wanted me to thank everyone for their well wishes and prayers. So he's doing much better, and I'm sure he'll be at our next meeting. So we hope to be coming out of remote meetings soon, but currently, due to the spike of COVID-19 cases in the region and concerns regarding the Delta variant, this meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners once again will be conducted remotely. The mayor and commissioners will vote on each item by a roll call vote, meaning each member will be polled to individually state their vote for the record, and they will also raise their hand or otherwise visually indicate their vote. I'd like to start with the invocation. Tonight, I'd like to turn to Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. For those who care to share in prayer, let us bow our heads. Dear God, you have said that where two or more are gathered in your name, that you will be with them. We ask you to be with us now. Bless us and provide guidance to the Matthews Town Council with the business brought before us tonight. May we prove worthy of the confidence placed in us by our fellow citizens. May we be honest in our actions and make the best decisions not only for today, but for years to come. Please also comfort and protect our healthcare workers on the front lines against COVID. As we all know, freedom is not free, so please keep watch over the men and women in the military, the police, and the fire departments as they serve and protect all of us. We thank you for our civil liberties and freedoms, for our privileges and our opportunities. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Move on to agenda item number 3, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. We'll put up our virtual flag here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. So tonight we had a special meeting at 6 o'clock to recognize our Matthews 101 participants. Matthews 101 is a class that we have periodically to allow our residents to learn more about the town. It's a 6-week educational program for residents of Matthews to learn more specifically about local government, the town of Matthews, its staff, departments, and services provided. Participants get an in-depth learning experience through weekly sessions focused on each of our departments. This year, the sessions were held remotely. We've been offering this program for several years now, and I think it's a great benefit to the community. Many go on to serve on a town advisory board or committee and stay engaged in some way, and I think after speaking to tonight's participants, they're going to continue that tradition. I'd like to recognize and congratulate this year's Matthews 101 participants. I want to thank each of you for participating in this program. We appreciate your interest and engagement. You will be receiving a certificate of achievement in the mail, suitable for framing. And I'm sorry that I cannot present that to you in person tonight, but I would like to read the names of the participants. And many of which are in our meeting. So if you want to raise your hand as I call your name, if you're here. Gray Birch, I believe Mr. Birch has signed off. Sheila Burns. Hello, Sheila. Sharon Coleman. Tom Elmore. Nishan Iswine. Carrie Flutie. Nancy Garber. Lori and Michael Meath. Laura Newton. Peaches Pasamba. Mary Torres. David and Leslie Weezer. And Suzanne Wilson. So thank you all so much for participating. I enjoyed getting to speak with you a little bit previous to this meeting, as did the rest of the board, and I look forward to seeing you about town and maybe on an advisory board soon. So thank you so much. We move on to agenda item number 5, receive the COVID-19 update as we usually do from Chief Rob Kinnenberg. Chief.
So Rob is at a conference this evening, and so he's not going to be able to join us. So with Hazen's delay, I am happy to jump in here. So really just a couple updates. The biggest one is that the most recent data is that Mecklenburg County is considered to be in moderate to substantial community spread with about 96 cases per 1,000 people and a 5.5% positivity rate. So as you'll recall, the positivity rate did rise sharply this past July, but we have started to see a slow decline since August, and we continue to see that positivity rate go down. So the biggest change to really talk about is what has happened at the county level related to the mask mandate. And the county recently approved adjusting from needing to have a positivity rate below 5% for 30 straight days, reducing that to now a 7 consecutive day positivity rate below 5% in order to end the mask mandate. So we are getting close, but we are not quite there, but that is certainly a move in a positive direction to hopefully get us there soon.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. Are there any questions for Becky? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. And
Mayor, I apologize. Looks like Commissioner McCool.
I'm sorry, Commissioner McCool.
I just wanted to see, I guess, ask now is when the mask mandate is removed, is the plan to go back to full in-person meetings?
I'll defer to the mayor on that one.
Yes. If we have no mask mandate, it would be my preference, and we certainly will discuss this with staff. But if there's not a mask mandate, many other municipalities near us are meeting in person. Many other political boards in our vicinity are meeting in person. So I would like to meet in person as well. I think we lose a little bit when we do this remotely. I think it's better to be face-to-face and in person, but we would certainly want to do it in a safe manner. So continue to look at what the health professionals recommend and follow that strategy.
Thank you.
So Becky, I know Hazen has not rejoined us, but I would like to add an item to the agenda if we could. And that is a very brief discussion about the new CMS school board districts. They're going to vote on that tomorrow. I'd like to have a brief discussion about that with the board. I've discussed it with a couple of the commissioners individually, but I want to bring it before the entire board to get some thoughts on that. So if we could add that as item 13E under new business. Okay. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on something that is not a zoning specific hearing item may do so now. Comments on zoning public hearing items will be allowed later in the agenda. You may now indicate your desire to make a public comment by using Zoom's raise hand feature. If you're on a desktop or mobile device, click your raise hand in the webinar controls. You'll be recognized by name, by the name listed in your Zoom window. If you have joined by telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll be recognized by your telephone number. And once you're called on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera if you have one, and state your name for the record. You will have 4 minutes to speak, and Lori will call on people by name and number. Lori, do we have anyone?
We do have Ms. Robin Griggs, who is signed up to speak first.
Okay.
Hold on just a moment. We're going to put a timer on the screen. So when that timer starts counting down, you can begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. Thank you guys for allowing me to be on your platform this evening. I wanted to introduce 2 nonprofit organizations that is new to the community. One is titled Empower Him, which was created to provide entrepreneurship programs and life skill resources to rehabilitate men who have criminal background. Our goal is to help reduce recidivism and truly rehabilitate by creating a path toward independence, success, and prosperity to affect change through breaking negative generational cycles, creating financial freedom, and building legacies. Our program is designed to help participants get the fundamentals of entrepreneurship and assist with some of the funding they will need in order to start their businesses. The problem, approximately 77 million Americans, or 1 in 3 adults, have a criminal record. Having a criminal record can make it difficult or even possible for an individual to work in a given field, especially one that requires an occupational license. A criminal record can reduce the likelihood of a callback or a job offer. Nearly 50%, the negative impact of a criminal record is twice as large for African-American applicants. In addition, 75% of prisoners return to jail within 5 years of release in America. Why is Empower Him so important? We want to give ex-felons the opportunity to rewrite their destiny by becoming successful entrepreneurs instead of allowing their criminal record to control their future and the risk of recidivism. The other nonprofit organization is More Than My Pretty Face. Behind every successful woman is a tribe of other successful women who have her back. What if I told you there was an organization called More Than My Pretty Face Incorporated, whose main and only vision is to build teenage girls between 14 and 18 to become stronger emotionally, mentally, and socially in Mecklenburg County? What if I told you their mission is to encourage, motivate, and inspire the next generation of young women to be confident contributors and leaders in their communities and possibly the world? What if I told you core values like mindfulness, truthfulness, maximize your opportunities, preparedness, and faith were being taught through activities, discussions around self-awareness? How many of you benefited from a program or had a mentor that made a positive impact in your life? Can you go back in a time and remember Mr. Encourager or Mrs. Inspire who told you you were great, talented, smart, and destined? Remember what those words felt like to know someone believed in you and believed you would accomplish great things and be a pillar in your community. If you did not have one of these two in your life and you are here, well, imagine if you would have, how much further with your natural drive could you have traveled? Did you know that 95% of us believe we are self-aware, but only 12 to 15% of us actually are? That means on a good day, 80% of us are lying to ourselves about ourselves. Sidebar, it's not too late to become more aware. We resource these teenagers with skills and techniques on how to become more aware. With our program and others like it, with the support of our local community leaders and influencers of the youth Gen Z, have an opportunity to grow beyond their entitlement mentality and put the work in to become your protege, building stronger communities. We challenge you to be a part of the change by considering supporting us with your platforms or making a monetary donation to morethanmyprettyface.org. I am the secretary on the board of this organization. I also volunteer with the other one that I introduced. And I am also the grant writer for both nonprofit organizations. Thank you again for allowing me an opportunity to speak on your platform and introduce these two nonprofits to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Griggs.
Thank you, Ms. Griggs. Do you have any information on where we can find out more information about Empower Him or More Than My Pretty Face?
Empower Him, the website, empowerhim.org and morethanmyprettyface.org.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you sharing that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori, do we have anybody else that signed up to speak or has raised their hand to speak?
No, if we can just check again one more time. If anyone in the audience would like to speak, use the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if you're on the phone, dial *9. And no, Mr. Mayor, I do not see anyone else who wishes to speak.
Okay, thank you, Lori. We'll move on to agenda item number 8, recess the regular meeting for public hearing on application to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews.
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Urban. We have a second.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Before we start, I'd like to ask Jay to introduce the planning board members in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In attendance from our planning board this evening, we have Mike Foster, Natasha Edwards, Jonathan Clayton, Jim Johnson, Howie Labner, Carrie Lamson, Mike Rowan, Sarah Walker, and our youth voice members I just want to recognize. I'm not sure if I saw them in the participant list, but Prayag Patel and Miranda Stujanki. And I just want to add, Mayor, before you do your kickoff on the next item, that I'll be pinch hitting for Rob Will this evening. I just got a text from him about 5 minutes ago that there was like maybe a water leak. He said there's water coming from the ceiling and his internet just went out. So he's got an emergency that just popped up.
Water coming down from the ceiling is not a good thing.
Yeah. So I'll be the pinch hitter this evening for this zoning item.
There he is. I see Rob.
Oh, he's back. Rob, did you get a bucket?
I'm gonna turn my video off. I still have water coming out of the ceiling, but that's the beautiful thing about a hotspot.
I was all psyched up and ready to take your item,
Okay.
Rob, but I will gladly turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Board. Good evening, Planning Board. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. As the mayor has mentioned, we have a rezoning tonight. This is application 2021-740. 400 Matthews Min Hill Road, change in zoning from R20 to B1 CD. The applicant, the owner and applicant are Bob and Elaine Stone, and they are proposing to change their zoning from R20, which is single family, to B1 for the purpose of converting an existing family single residential use into neighborhood or business office use. As you can see, it's right here on Matthews Min Hill Road. There's the existing structure. Right around the corner is Town Hall. This is their street view. And the property currently has a single family residence. It is 1.13 acres. And directly to the south are more single family residences. To the north is the hospital property. And to the east and west are other single families. We do have office sort of catty corner, and the town-owned property is here at the corner of East Matthews Street and Matthews Min Hill. The proposed site plan is a new driveway location. This is proposed to be on the east side of the property. Parking will be provided in the rear of the structure, and accessible parking will be provided next to the building. The existing structure is to remain. They have limited number of, or they have limited the number of B1 uses. The building is to remain, as I mentioned before, but the B1 uses to be prohibited are alcoholic beverage and wine and beer sales, brew pubs, crematoriums, kennels, microbrewery, athletic or sports fields, on-site demolition disposal, and on-site demolition disposal. As we move through this tonight, there are some other uses that the applicant has proposed to be prohibited, but I will save that for the end of my presentation. The land use plan does not specifically make a recommendation for this site. However, it does encourage a mix of uses in the downtown area. It's generally consistent with the land use plan. Some of the staff comments and outstanding issues. And they have provided a limited number of B1 uses for this site. The driveway has been corrected on the site plan to be consistent and with the UDO. And we also recommend that no new driveway may be added for future development. I'm gonna stop my screen sharing. See if I can. Feel strange not having my video on, so I'm going to see how this works here. But anyway, so the applicant is here, Ken Bark with Little and Associates, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, they did have some other prohibited uses they wanted to add, but Ken, if you have that list handy, I'll let you guys go over those.
Okay, thank you so much, Rob. Yes, there were 5 additional items that the owner wanted to add to the exclusions list. And that was an animal grooming facility, a coin-operated laundry, the mini storage facility, a nursery commercial with or without greenhouse, and the last item was a pet cemetery, including any accessory structure.
Good.
So I'd be happy to answer any questions or take any questions that Ken might have, or Ken, that might be any for Ken.
I'm curious, and we've listed items that are not planned. What is planned, at least initially? What is planned for the site?
For the most part, the owner is looking at selling the property, but it's being used for a small home business for the most part. So the residence will actually remain on the property as is and has currently been renovated.
So it'd be a small home business.
Correct. They have fewer than, I believe, 7 employees, and it's actually a husband and wife.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Miller?
Thank you. Public Works mentioned that the driveway was too close to the adjacent property line. Have you addressed that? And if so, how?
Yes, we have. The way the code reads is that we are required to have a driveway at a minimum of 40 feet off of an adjacent driveway, and we have done that. The driveway as well is more than 20 feet off of the property line on the northeast side of the property.
And if I can follow up, please, to the east of you, on the corner of McLeod, if that's the way you pronounce it, isn't that an office rather than residential, Rob? Do you know that? Isn't that already used as office? A dental or something?
It's dental 2 doors down.
And what about 1 door down? Is that really residential or is it business?
I think that one, I think the right next door to this, both right next door is residential.
Okay.
But yes, one door down from that, 2 doors down is the dentist's office.
Thank you.
Commissioner Urban?
Question for Rob. Then I have 3 uses I'd like to see about striking from the list. Rob, under B1, it says permitted use arcade/game room. Define that. Is that gaming arcade? What are we talking about?
Right. I believe that is like internet sweepstakes sort of use. So that might be something that we ask the applicant to strike.
Well, I would like to see that arcade stricken from the B1 list of uses. I'd like to see dormitory stricken. And then, of course, the infamous vending machines placed adjacent to the structure.
Yes.
Agree.
All right, is that acceptable, Mr. Bart?
I do not believe the owner of the property would be, I think that would be acceptable to them.
Every time we have these discussions, I know there's no love for crematoriums or pet cemeteries, and there's several others, but those are always, we don't go with those. Commissioner Bland?
Isn't this sort of an unusual type thing? Normally, especially in areas in this area close to downtown and stuff like that, don't we almost always have like some kind of conditional district or conditional plan or some kind of thing that it just seems a straight B1 zoning from a residential zoning is something that certainly in the past 2 years, I don't think I've ever seen. It's unusual. You want to have, I would think, some kind of idea of, what's going there. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to, that's just a question,
Yeah, I can address that just a little bit, Commissioner Bland. Yeah, we do have, this is going B1 conditional. So we are limiting the number of B1 uses, but I think the original intent of the owners was to have some sort of neighborhood business or office use in this location.
Are we not sort of just sort of opening the door to a whole lot of unknowns by having pretty much a straight B1 zoning?
Well, it's not straight one, it's still conditional.
Okay. Just you've limited, you've taken out certain things, but left a whole lot more that are unknown. Is that fair to say? You don't know exactly what's going to be there. It could be any number of objects.
It could be, and that's why we're going through the list now to sort of whittle it down to what might be acceptable.
Okay.
Commissioner Urban.
Rob, just in case not all the commissioners are aware, and maybe for purposes of edification for the planning board, maybe you could email after this public hearing the list of B1 uses. It's section 155.5 to everyone, and let them take a look at those, because to Commissioner Bland's point, someone may have an objection to a certain use, and we need to get those all on the table. And maybe, Dave, there's something on the list that you don't want to see on there, we bring back. I agree with you, but this is the opportunity to really restrict the B1CD to the limitation of uses. So Rob, if you could get that out to everybody could see that list.
Yeah, I can do that. There's still water pouring through my ceiling, so I'm going to have to take a quick break.
I think you should do that, Rob. We don't want to see the ceiling collapse on your head. So you take care of that, and we'll let Jay pinch hit for you.
Well, I was going to note that Mr. and Mrs. Stone, the owners, are now in the room, and I think they had their hand up earlier. Bob, did you have something you wanted to ask or add? You'll have to unmute yourself.
Jay, I'm sorry. It's the first time I've used this. Yeah, we wanted to say that as far as what we're looking at the property being used for, there is a couple that's there in Matthews. They live a couple miles away, and they run a employment agency, and most of their business or all their business is internet and phone. They really don't have clients come to their business, but they do have a group of employees, let's say a half a dozen. They have one or two that are out of state, and they are interested in using this as their primary business location because they all work well being at the same office together. And they are, in the last few years, have operated their business out of their home. Well, they're ready to take that next step and use this as their business site. It fits well with them. It fits well with the neighbors. Our community meeting, I actually introduced the couple that's looking at buying the property, and Rick and Jennifer Reddy. And matter of fact, right now they temporarily are in an office over Pizza Peel. But they have to, of course, finish crafting the property to what their needs are inside. There's, some things to be done, floors to be redone and that sort of thing. But they are, excited about moving their business there and being there long term. They have a young business, and I would say they would be there for the next foreseeable future of years.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Jay, can we see the image of the driveway placement again? I have a question about the purpose of moving the driveway. Not that one, but with it overlaid on the property map. So I guess, are the dotted lines not the property boundary? Is that, to me, I'm trying to make sense of this fitting in with the aerial overview. And it looks like that driveway takes up the entire right side portion. But then looking at the map without that drawing in place, it looks like the driveway will take out a lot of those mature trees, the driveway and the parking lot. Am I reading it correctly, or?
Yeah, so this isn't, I started doing these a couple of years ago, and it's a little bit crude, but we try to insert the site plan into the aerials just to give you a better idea of the surroundings. And from, Yes, this line, if you can see this cursor here, so this is some of the vegetation between, I believe that's maybe a duplex next door. Some of those trees would be preserved. I'd have to defer to Little on what the impact to the vegetation is from the
Thank you,
driveway.
Jay. This is Kim Bark. Yes, it
Thanks,
does
Ken.
remove about 2 or 3 trees kind of up just about to where the MAT is on Matthews Mint Hill Road. But for the most part, we're keeping all of the trees that run between the 2 existing residential buildings.
Was there a reason you're not keeping the driveway in the same place where it wouldn't interrupt trees?
Really, it's just, I think it's for future flexibility. I think I would have to kind of defer to the owners on that. I think one is, I know they do want to try and remove that wonderful sculptural tree out front, as well as I know the current condition of that accessible ramp to the front porch there is in less than ideal condition as well. And I think it's primarily, I think it's trying to kind of use as much of the land as possible, as concisely as possible.
I'm trying to understand that with the footnotes about moving the driveway at a later date, that the planning department footnotes.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one myself. I know that currently there's the gravel drive that carries onto the planned west portion of it. I'm not sure that comment is meant to not change it with this plan and to keep it where it is, or if, as we're kind of currently showing it on this plan, is acceptable and just that it can't change after this particular plan.
Okay, I guess to be forthright, for me, it would make more sense to leave the mature trees that are in place and keep the driveway and reconfigure that ramp, just so that we can save as many mature trees as possible.
I agree.
Jay, can you clarify the driveway comment?
I'm sorry, just reiterate, Mayor,
The driveway being moved to comply with the UDO or whatever. Can you clarify that comment? So where exactly is this where the driveway will be placed per this diagram? Is this what we're saying?
This is generally where it would be placed. There's a stipulation in the UDO that there be 40 feet of separation from existing driveways. You see this dimension that Mr. Bark has drawn in. We still have some work to do. It's tight on that side of the building. And I think this has been the owner's intent to locate the driveway here. We had some conversation about having it on the other side of the house, and Mr. Stone and I have had numerous conversations about this, and they're just trying to be flexible with their future options on the site.
So for me, I think, disturbing the site on that side, you're also going to be disturbing tree roots and speeding up the process of those trees dying off.
Of those becoming sculptural trees as well?
Let's hope not.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I agree with Renee entirely. If you look at the aerial, the existing gravel driveway is more than 40 feet away from any other driveway. And there should be a minimum of 50-foot buffer between residential and any business use, if my memory serves me correctly. So I don't see why the new driveway doesn't go to the right of the building and curve around behind instead of the left. It looks to me like they want to sell an adjacent lot or something. So I would support the driveway on the right side of the building, as Renee has suggested.
Mr. Miller, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I think one of the things that's also kind of driving this is the cost of relaying an asphalt driveway for the length and square footage that we're showing would be a considerable investment for the owner of the property. And I think part of the difficulty becomes is 10, 15 years from now, if say someone decides the owner needs to add an additional 1,000 square feet onto the building. I think there's kind of the additional cost of knowing that you'd be tearing up or losing a large square footage of asphalt, something that's already built. And I think part of the idea to roll the asphalt and the drive to the opposite side is to, again, to kind of maximize the buildable space for possible future development. And again, I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years down the line of not having to spend money for something now that potentially could be torn out in a few years.
I don't see asphalt as being that expensive, whether it's on the right or left side. I'm in property management. Urban does design and architecture, but you got residential. If you're in front on Matthews Min Hill Road, you got residential on the left, according to the presentation. You've got to have 50 feet, according to what I remember, and there's a lot more leeway on the right side of the building if you're in front of the property, to me. So I'm not swayed by the cost of asphalt. It's I believe it's less than 25 grand. I could be wrong.
Mr. Buckley, do you have a comment? Did you raise your hand?
No, sir, I didn't. I'm scratching my nose, I guess.
All right, Commissioner McCool.
I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Miller and Mayor Pro Tem Garner. You said that you possibly would redevelop in 15 to 20 years. Well, if it's a heavily used driveway, then it'd probably be time for a new driveway after 20 or so years anyway. So I don't think it's that significant of an investment or burden on the landowner to keep it in a spot where it's going to keep mature, good trees alive for an extra 15 to 20 years. I think that's a significant investment that they would be making to the town. We talk a lot about how this town is full of tree huggers. I know our mayor is is a known tree hugger as well, and so I think it would be a good show of faith from the landowner to keep the driveway where it is and save those trees. And then if at a later date they feel like it needs to go on that side, then that should be reevaluated. But if there's not immediate plans to put extension on the building, I don't think that we should be killing the trees off right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Urban.
I guess maybe to help Renee and Jeff out, if the petitioner would precisely locate and identify those trees possibly affected, would be a good idea to see whether or not there is an impact or isn't an impact. Because my guess is the game plan is to expand the house or add another structure or do something to the west. And the driveway where it's currently located would hamper those plans. It kind of goes back to Dave Bland's comment about what do you intend to do? And I'll be real honest, there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors right at the moment. They're saying, hey, I got an office user and may want to move in here, but that office user may want to come in and immediately expand and do some different things. And that's why the list of uses is very important. And at the same time, we need to look at those trees. So my guess is they're wanting to do this because that's the buildable area to expand this thing. And that's why they're probably having some hesitancy. So let them prove that they indeed aren't going to have any issues. But that's my guess is what they're trying to do. Just laying it out there so they can kind of work some more information up to satisfy the commissioners or not satisfy the commissioners.
Thank you.
It's understood. I think it is. It's again, looking at it as a land planner, it's always talking about the buildable envelope and trying to maximize the buildable area and not limit future landowners in any limit them or not limit them as much as possible. So, but I do understand the board's position.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to kind of add on to the conversation, we've had a lot of trees taken down lately in this town, and so there is a desire to save them when we can. So Is anyone from the planning board, anybody in the planning board have a question or comment? Natasha?
So I just want everyone to know that I work for Little and Associates. So when this comes to the planning board, I would have to recuse myself for this project. So just wanted to get that on public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Are there any other comments or questions from elected officials or the planning board regarding this request? Mr. Foster.
Just to follow up on the recent comments, planning board, I think we're another 2 or 3 weeks out. Hopefully we can get that detail on the trees, what could be affected, and that will help us make a decision on a recommendation back to the full board.
Yes, we can get that to the board within the week.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just for some added information to the petitioner, we would prefer that you be very specific on which trees you plan to take out. This board and previous boards have been burned by developers saying, well, we'll try to save these trees, and then, couldn't do it, sorry. So if you could be specific, that would be helpful for us. Thank you.
Understood.
All right, anyone in the Zoom audience may make a comment now. If anyone wants to comment on this item, use your raised hand feature located in Zoom. If you're on a desktop or mobile device, click raise hand in the webinar controls and you'll be recognized by the name listed in your Zoom window. If you have joined by telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll be recognized by your telephone number. Once you're called on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera. If you have one, state your name for the record. Lori will call on people by name and number. And I understand, Lori, we do have one person that wanted to comment, Mr. Jordan.
Actually, first, we do have the applicants, the Stones, who have their hand raised, and Mr. Owen from the planning board did have his hand raised earlier if he wishes to make a comment.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So we'll.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, this is Bob Stone and Elaine. The trees that are on the property, a lot of those were planted by my wife's family, her mom and dad. And there's pecan trees there, and we've done everything we could to keep every tree we can. We love them because they mean something to us. Matter of fact, we were looking at redoing the driveway and trying to get some separation from the neighbor to the, if you're facing the house to the left, to the east, they have a circle drive that goes around that house. It's a duplex. And if we come off of there, the required distance, there's possibly a cedar out near the road next to the sidewalk. And as a matter of fact, the telephone lines and stuff go through it. At some point, something's going to have to be done with it, whether we do or not. I was in the telephone industry. I can tell you, eventually there's going to be something have to happen there. There's one more tree there that if we move the driveway, I don't know if we can save it because it has roots which are across the top of the ground. There's one more tree behind it that we've shown on the drawing. It's the Japanese maple that my wife's dad planted, and we very much want to save it. Matter of fact, the people that are looking at buying it want to put a matching one where that dead oak is on the other side. There's trees all around the edge of the property, and we've not proposed removing any of those. There's a really large oak between me and the home to the left. I had a tree company come out and limb some of that, and when we had discussions with the planning board, we would kind of start our natural area at the beginning where that oak's at, and it goes all around the edge of the property to keep all the trees that are there. There's a lot of mature pecans and everything, and that was our plan, to keep as many as possible. Like I say, there's another lot. When I originally had conversations with Jay about this piece of property, when I first went to him, I asked Jay, what do you think the town, I know the town's got a vision, what would they like to see? And Jay shared that with me, that he thought that, we'd love to keep the house. And so we've done that. And we've done everything that we've been kind of guided to do. And, we want to keep it as is. It's sentimental to us, although we've got a husband and wife that are looking at opening a business there, which would be a real nice fit. They don't have a lot of coming and going traffic. It's quiet. And the house would stay like it is pretty much. The only thing is putting that driveway on the other side. If you put it where the gravel is now, calling what's there now a driveway is a little bit of stretch to say it's a driveway. It's just a gravel place where you enter the property. That's not much of a driveway. We're proposing there be a real driveway that goes with this house. And like someone said, there's another lot there that adjoins. And Jay and I, when we first met, we talked about that. There may come a time and place where it may be advantageous to whomever, the town or whoever, to use that lot for some other purpose. I don't know. That's in the future. But, you know, we've done a lot of study on where to put that driveway and make it look nice and not take out any more trees than absolutely necessary. It's important to us as well. So I appreciate it, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Lori, I'm sorry. Who else did you say raised their hand?
That was me, Mr. Mayor, and I'm okay right at the moment. I don't need to.
Sorry, Mike, I didn't see you. You don't have any comment or question?
No, I'm good at the moment. Thank you.
All right. All right. Okay, Lori, now we have Mr. Jordan that wanted to comment.
We're actually having some technical difficulties. Give me just a moment. I'm going to see if Mr. Jordan can speak. Mr. Jordan, are you there? You will have to unmute yourself, sir. There you go.
Okay, well, I really don't have much to add to what comments are there. I called this morning to try to get on as a speaker, but Bob and Elaine have pretty much answered all my questions, and I had 4 or 5 additional limiting uses I wanted added to it, and they're going to do that. So in addition to the items that I believe John Urban or David Bland, one or the other, added a while ago with arcade vending machines and dorms, I'm good. The stones seem to be very easy to work with.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Lori, do we have anybody else signed up or raise their hand to speak?
Yes, we have Rick Ferretti. Mr. Ferretti, if you can unmute yourself, turn your camera on if you have one.
Hello, my name is Rick Ferretti. This is my wife, Jenna Ferretti. So we've been working with Bob and Elaine Stone. So we are the potential buyers for this particular property. So I thought it would make sense to at least introduce ourselves. We run an executive recruiting firm. We have 0 traffic at our office, no retail. So all of our interviews and all of our business is conducted through the internet and through telephones. We're both UNC Charlotte graduates. We've lived in Matthews for 24 years. We live over by Costco. We would love the opportunity to purchase the home. We have 100% interest in maintaining the aesthetics of the 1926 home. So there will be no structural walls changing. Nothing on the exterior will change. We'll probably triple the number of trees on this property. We've added quite a few to our property that were substantial of 15 to 18 feet. So it's not a matter of putting in a $2 tree that's 6 inches tall. So if anything is impacted, we have the utmost interest in maintaining the property. We partner with local clients in putting people to work. So we work with Albert's Integrated Piping, Paceline, Swagelock. We have quite a few companies in Monroe, Union County in this particular area. So we've been in the recruiting industry for the past 13 years. So we welcome any questions as well if there's anything that we can do to add value. And we look forward to an optimistic decision on this property.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Ferretti. I am aware that your proposed business type is pretty doggone environmentally unimpactful, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, no pet cemetery.
I also
Hard to recruit.
I appreciate your desire to add more trees to the property. That would be great.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Lori, do we have anyone else that's signed up to speak?
We do not. If anyone else in the audience would like to speak now, please use the raised hand feature, either the button on Zoom or if you're on the phone, *9. And
I have a question, Mayor, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. Is Bob and Elaine Stone the existing owners that maybe inherited the house or however, and they're selling it? given some certain conditions to the people that just spoke, and I don't see their name up anymore. The Ferrettis, was it?
Correct.
So they're the buyers and they're the ones that are above Pizza Peel. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I just, I at first I thought Bob and Elaine Stone were expanding their business into this building, but I was wrong.
No, it was actually my wife's parents' home.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I think based on the length of discussion we've had on this item, at least for the Stones, you can tell that we're, and the Ferrettis, that we're quite sentimental and nostalgic about the properties in our historic district near downtown as well. So I appreciate all the good conversation we've had. This application will be heard by the Planning Board on November 23rd, 2021, and come back to the Board of Commissioners at our December 13th, 2021 meeting. So thanks everybody for participating. I will now entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner McCool, a second from Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. We're now on agenda item number 10, Planning and Development Business. 10A, receive a report from the Planning Board from Planning Board Chair Mike Foster. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Board of Commissioners. I have the Planning Board report from our meeting of October 26, 2021. Tonight, we've got 3 items for your consideration. Item number 1 is rezoning application 2021-737, Mount Harmony Cottages, to change the zoning from R15 to R9 CD on that certain property designated as 2700 Mount Harmony Church Road and further designated as tax parcel 215-123-07. Members of the Planning Board reviewed the updated site plans that showed an increased tree save and replanting area. The applicant's update site plan also removed the word masonite from the design standards due to concerns during the public hearing. Members voted 4-3 to recommend approval, contingent on the applicant producing 4 sided elevations for town board review. The request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it would provide a variety of housing styles, densities, and locations, and would encourage design and construction of alternative lifestyle housing and infill development. The rezoning request was found to be reasonable because it provided a compatible land use plan to single family zoning. Okay, item number 2, motion 2021-3, chapter 7 text to amend the existing UDO text regarding public improvement standards, including transportation impact analysis, accessibility standards, compliance with other adopted transportation plans, and further aspects of the physical development of the town. The Planning Board reviewed the revisions to the public improvement standards for Chapter 7 of the UDO. Planning Board members unanimously recommended approval with the condition that clarification of the role of the administrator in the appeals process be further defined. The request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it updated language to match current procedures and best practices and provide additional direction in order to assist developers understanding the regulations. The text amendment request was found to be reasonable because it promoted development through best practice standards. And the third item, Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan, an area of approximately 120 acres, bounded by I-45, Idlewild Road, in the Windrow neighborhood. The plan will examine existing conditions and infrastructure and provide recommendations to help guide future land use decisions. Staff updated members on the current draft of the Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan that added recommendations on architecture, strengthened the recommendations on affordable housing and tree save, and included residential street cross sections. Planning Board unanimously recommended that the Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan be approved as currently drafted. And that is the end of tonight's report.
Mr. Foster, are there any questions for Mike? Seeing none, we'll dive right into business. 10B, zoning application 2021-737, Mount Harmony Cottages. The change of zoning from R15 to R9 CD on that certain property designated as 2700 Mount Harmony Church Road and further designated as tax parcel 215-12307. And I'm not sure if Mr.
Mayor.
Will, yes.
I'm sorry, you moved on quickly. Jeff and I both raised our hands.
You go first, Renee.
Go for it.
Okay, well, I had a question for Mike, just to expand further on the divided vote on zoning application 2021-737. If I remember, let's see, I wrote some notes down about this, if I can find them. Was the split vote mostly regarding the tree loss, or was it the density? Do you recall?
I think more of the conversation was on density than tree loss, but tree loss was also involved. Some of the board members believed that that area would be better served with, I think, probably 2 to 3 fewer homes. So I believe it was 17 homes as recommended for approval. And I think there were recommendations from individual board members to go more in the range of maybe 13 or 14.
Okay, thank you.
My question was concerning masonite. In my notes, I put masonite is not acceptable. Now, having said that, I live in a home with masonite siding and I cannot believe it, how fancy it is, and the maintenance it requires. I'd rather have vinyl siding than masonite. So, Mike, what was your opinion or the board's opinion on masonite?
I think the word masonite, from the fact that it's been in the news, not recently, but several years ago, with all the class action against the company that manufactures masonite. I live in a neighborhood that has some vinyl homes, a lot of masonite homes, and anything that's been here for any period of time is, if it hasn't been replaced, it looks terrible. Because it just absorbs moisture.
Right.
And like I said, I really think that word masonite, it's a specific term from one company who makes that material, but it's become generic over time and it scares people.
Well, hardy plank doesn't scare people, and vinyl siding might be cheaper and effective, but I just don't see masonite as any future building product. Urban, you care to share any opinion on that?
I think my bigger concern is that it's like someone wants to grab a Coke. It may not be a Coke, but it's, as Mike said, it's a generic brand. But the problem I have is that there's actually a company called Masonite, that Masonite produces doors and siding and all sorts of building products or whatever. From that standpoint, if the wording needs to be engineered wood or cementitious siding or something like that, maybe that's fine. But the concern I had about saying masonite is that you're actually excluding, in my mind, potential of that manufacturer of all their products. You're saying exclude masonite. So I can tell you for the most part, I don't know of anybody using the masonite siding. It's all mostly cementitious products or hardy type products.
Yeah, John, I think that's a good point. Masonite is a company. Masonite is not necessarily a siding, even though it is. And that's where a lot of the confusion comes from. So, maybe we can add a little more specifics related to masonite siding and go with the hardy type siding, because no one has an issue with that. It's not cheap, but it's very cost effective over a period of time, because it will not need to be repainted as often, if not ever, and it will last as long as the home will last.
Good.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions? And I'm looking very carefully. I'm listening. Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. We'll move on then. Again, I'll repeat 10B 10B1 zoning application 2021-737 Mount Harmony Cottages to change the zoning from R15 to R9 CD on that certain property designated as 2700 Mount Harmony Church Road and further designated as tax parcel 215-12307. And Jay is Mr. There you are, Rob. You're still afloat, or
I'm still afloat. Thank you for your patience, and thank you, Jay, for pinch hitting. Okay, so Mount Harmony Cottages. They have submitted a revised site plan that was presented at the planning board. They are doing some more replanting areas. This is to include the areas behind lots 1, 12, and 13, and also in the southeast corner of the property close to the BMP. As a further revision, the petitioner has included rear side elevations as well as a conceptual streetscape graphic. And finally, the street has been redesigned to remove the bulb out, which has been replaced with a 50-foot radius curve. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that everyone can see. So there used to be the bulb out. Planning feels this is a better design. Also, it conforms with our UDO road standards. And this is what is being proposed for you tonight.
all right? Are there any questions for Rob?
I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
In reading it through the notes, I agree that lots 1 and 17 adjacent to Mount Harmony Church Road should be buffered or have wraparound architecture. Those are the ones, at the entrance. Lots 1 and 17.
Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well go ahead and fire the first salvo. Based on the last meeting, I had made comments about lots 1 and 17, the size of the homes, the buffering, the trees, the notation about lot 11, the density, and one thing that really sort of struck me was that the images that they threw in here are the exact same images that you'll see on a consented agenda item. So they're reusing, which is fine. I mean, it's their prerogative to reuse a product, but I'm just not getting the warm and fuzzy on this particular petition that we're feeling the love. I made quite a few items that I'd like to see improved. I didn't see it. So my guess is they're counting votes. And they've done a good job elsewhere. There's no doubt about that. But I just have some overall concerns across the board that, planning board had a 4-3 vote, which I'd like to see a little bit more planning board consensus from that standpoint. So from my standpoint here, as it stood right now, I would be a no vote. I'd be more willing to have the petitioner come back and examine this a little bit more. But one of the things that we pointed out as a board, not only this board, but the prior board, is this whole notion of tree save is this band around the perimeter. And, by moving a home in or out or deleting a home or doing some different things, I went by the site today. It has a good mix of not only hardwoods, but pines. Down one side, the homeowner planted Leland cypresses on the lot 12 and 13 side as well. So I just think a lot more could be done thoughtfully to this particular petition. And so I'm not ready to make a move on it. If they want to defer, that's fine, but I'm not there yet.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Urban. I think that the use of expanding diverse housing options. I think that was, if I'm remembering the proper phrase. Adding more houses does not necessarily expand diverse housing options. I don't think it really meets that need. I would like to see some of those initial concerns addressed.
The applicant reps are here. Would you like to respond to any of these comments?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. This is Paul Sagaden. I work with Keegan Homes and Urban Design, who's doing the project for us from an engineering standpoint, and just trying to take a couple notes, and I appreciate everyone's comments. I know we were asked about the wraparound versus some buffering, so we provided that we would do the buffering. There were some questions from planning about lot 11 being a short lot, and they thought it was small. So part of the revision in that road added lot depth to that to make it a better pad for existing houses. And we had a small graphic prepared that this actual piece of land as R15 sits would accommodate 17 lots, just like we're putting in there. R9 would technically, accommodate 29. And I mean, we're certainly not trying to jam too much in there, but the economies of trying to build houses and build something that makes sense, is part of the puzzle. John, I appreciate your reference on the architecture, but we are looking for a similar product to what that small neighborhood was on Tanfield, and it did very well. The community was really happy with it. It gave us a base of value / affordability that was good for everybody. So that's certainly something we're concentrating on. The tree save that's in there with the replantings is about, I think, it's at 18%. So, 120% to plan on the 15%. The cementitious siding was picked up. So quite a few of the comments that came from planning and staff were on there. There were some other references in the diversity of housing. That wasn't a comment that came up last time unless we missed it. But John and anyone else, if we're missing some points on there, I mean, if we go through a deferral, what are we trying to capture here on the next stage?
Well, from my standpoint, I think the elevations that you showed me no consideration to a wraparound consideration on those end units of 1 and 17. You will notice that the neighbor to your north, who you're connecting to, they put a fence and heavy shrub line in there on the one side of the street. So they made an effort there. So whether you're talking about a berm or heavier landscaping, some level of design there, as opposed to what I'm seeing here, you may have something else out there. I'm still a little taken back by, the number of trees, the size of the trees, and the commitment to sort of keep this band around the perimeter when we know other treatments could apply. So I really sort of want to push those buttons a little bit to see what we could do there. Because if you couldn't do anything, well, okay, drop out lot 11 and create a little bit nicer amenity space for that neighborhood. Because frankly, you've eaten up most of that area for stormwater BMP. So it's for all intents and purposes isn't usable anyway. And unfortunately, where that BMP is quite a few trees as well. So I'm just not there yet. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to reuse some things from an economy standpoint, but I'll circle all the way back to the beginning. I don't see a side elevation that's very appealing to be facing Mount Harmony Church Road.
Okay, we were under the understanding that we had the choice of the tree line or the wraparound. That was what the planning comment said. So we were going to plant that area, and that's noted through the planting strip and everything coming down that side. So that was a native species planted that's on the plan now in that new revision. So it was an either.
But I can only comment on what I have in my packet. I don't see that. Now, Rob, is there's something I don't see, or because the only thing I'm seeing are 4 street trees on each side.
Can we go back to the map so everyone can see what we're talking about?
Sir.
Yeah, 4.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead, John.
I'm not. I see 4 trees, but I'm not feeling love from 4 trees.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, just density park wise, if we were to drop lot 11 and reconfigure that a little bit, put some green amenity space, and then, either it's bushes or a fence, I think we would accommodate either along that front end. Does that get us in the right direction from a concession standpoint to get this moving along?
I think it opens up the dialogue a little bit. I'm just overly concerned that, let's say you drop out lot 11, does that mean you can spread the other lots out along the back there a little bit more to save some of the larger mature trees? Unfortunately, a lot of the ones that are designated are sitting smack in the middle of your building pads. But there are some scattered throughout that look reasonable. It's just unfortunate. It is the only bastion of trees kind of on that street in a lot of respects, because you have a property completely manicured with a house sitting on it, and the development next door to it is completely less any trees. And so this is the only such of the trees for several lots in length. And I get it. And I think most of the board members are concerned about the sort of clear cutting aspect of this thing and being a little bit more sensitive, because you're going to get a decent price point for these homes. And I think people will be expecting something as well, as opposed to just completely going in there and taking it apart. I'm going to reserve judgment. I mean, if you got rid of lot 11, I think that would be a really, really good start. If you could address the buffering on lots 1 and 17, I think that would be a really good start as well. But let's hear from the other board members first.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Paul, is there a 5 or 6 foot wide sidewalk, 8 foot off of curb, or is there any type of walking amenity through the backyards and around the BMP?
Coming across Mount Harmony, there's a 5-foot sidewalk and an 8-foot proposed planting strip coming through there that'll connect through the other to the Lake Harmony Estates on the back end. And then the roads will have their own connectivity to the other community. Like you said, Jeff, we'd be open to 11 and putting some park space there. I know in our Rice Road that we're still going through engineering. It's been a trial there. Is we put a nice community park, and that had a good fit and feel to it, and we're open to it. That would add tree save. We're already at 18% or 18.5%, which is over the 15. So we know we want to save everything we can, but topo development where the BMP just has to go based on the grade of the land, dictates a lot of what we can and cannot do. But I think we'd be open to moving around that back end, going from 4 to 3 and fitting in some more trees and green space.
Is there an easement allowed near the BMP so that people can access the walking trail or whatever it is you have planned?
So there's not a specific walking trail. I mean, you can walk along that strip that's on the road, but otherwise they would just be walking. This is really just a U-shaped community, attaching about 30 homes from neighborhood to neighborhood. So there's no real trail coming from that. The tree save back area, that buffer that we have back there is between us and the highway. So it's not really an overly walkable area to kind of develop, to say, go enjoy the piece of the highway space in the back. So, we're fronting it towards there, but could certainly open up green space on the property.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I haven't spoke to the merits or lack thereof yet, so I will just say that I agree with the comments that Commissioner Urban has made. I would like to see lot 11 possibly made more to a tree save area, and I am concerned about the frontage along the road there. If we can do something a little better than just 4 trees, I think that's going to seem a little inadequate when it's built. So a berm, more trees, whatever. We're really encouraging you to do something, innovative. As John said, so many developments with a narrow band of trees around the outside perimeter is just not something that I really like.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner McCool.
I tend to agree with you, Mr. Mayor, and Commissioner Urban. I think I don't think there's any way we should make a decision on this tonight. I'd like to see it deferred to see what can be done. Again, I said this in a previous thing. We want to save as many trees as possible. That's the MO of what we're doing. There's not a lot of mature trees left, and we want to keep as many as possible. So I want to see what we can do there. But I'd prefer to see this deferred.
So, Mr. Sagan, is that something you would consider? Would you consider deferring?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Applicant has agreed to a deferral. Do we have a motion by a commissioner to defer this item?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner McCool.
Still,
second
we need a date though, Ken.
December 13th. I guess that'd be the first.
Charlie's trying to say something. Get him
Yeah,
off mute.
Charlie, you're muted, sir. Charlie, we can't hear you.
Sorry, make the motion to continue, not to defer.
Motion to
At a specific time.
a motion to continue this until December 13th, 2021.
Okay, we have a motion to continue. Do we have a second?
Second, zoning petition 2020-737.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McCool to continue zoning application 2021-737, a second by Commissioner Miller. Take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes, but there was a typo in the motion, petition 2020-737. That's all.
Is it 2020 or 2021? Mine says 2021.
Well, it does at the top. It doesn't at the bottom. So yeah, let's go with 2021-737. Sorry.
Okay, you voted affirmative, Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
and I vote affirmative. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, move on to the next item, motion 2021-3, text to amend the existing UDO text regarding public improvement standards, including transportation impact analysis, accessibility standards, compliance with other adopted transportation plans, and further aspects of the physical development of the town. Mr. Will and Susan Habina-Wooler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to run us through some minor changes that were made since the public hearing and since planning board, based on some comments from staff, from planning board, and also from the TAC. So we added a foot in the on page 1, we added a foot in the right-of-way widths to take into account a 6-foot sidewalk per the sidewalk matrix. We clarified that the Board of Adjustment would be the body to hear an appeal by the zoning administrator on consecutive or sequential applications. We did that for transparency, although decision by the zoning administrator is always appealable to the Board of Adjustment. Then under bicycle connectivity section, we added that bike lanes shall be a minimum of 4 feet in width on both sides of the street. Then also where utilize a 10-foot sidewalk or side path shall be located at the side of the street that connects the other 10-foot wide facilities closest to downtown, if no existing 10-foot facilities exist. So we made some minor changes there, but otherwise the text stays intact from the public hearing. And Susan and I are available to answer any questions that you may have, but recommend the planning board, as you heard, recommended approval, and staff requests recommendation of approval as well.
Thank you, Rob. Susan, do you have any other comment?
No additional comments. Actually, I do. So TAC doesn't recommend it for approval like planning board does, but they did hear it. And the one question they had was about the silver line alignment reservation Due to other kind of transportation related reservation of right of way historical things, we clarified with Mr. Buckley that yes, we can have in Chapter 7 reservation of the right of way for the Silver Line. So that is in proposed changes, and Mr. Buckley says that we're fine with that in there.
Great, thank you, Susan. Are there any questions for Rob or Susan, or any motions? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I have some questions, I guess, probably for Susan. So there are references to transit and transit accommodations in this document, but there aren't references to what those projections for transit use would be. There are two documents that Dana helped me find that do talk about what our future goals are for transit. But do we have a bigger picture of where we see transit in the future so that we can determine the where that's appropriate for the TIA clause, I guess?
That's an excellent question. I'll say this is a start. And basically the language says to work with CATS. If there's an existing transit facility on the property, does it need an upgrade, work with CATS for that. And then for anything if there's no transit facility, should there be one, work with CATS. So right now it's just work with CATS on it. And ideally we would have some grander vision. Right now we don't have it, but it would be great to get started working on it due to some, perhaps missed opportunities here recently with apartments going in on what will eventually be a transit.
We lost you, Susan.
With no stops. Perhaps it's bandwidth issues.
We didn't hear part of your comment. If you could repeat that, Susan.
Yep, sure. I hope you can hear me now. I just turned off my video. Perhaps it's bandwidth issues. Sorry about that. I don't have water pouring from my ceiling though. So I guess pros and cons. I was saying it would be great to get started on a larger vision for Matthews, but currently we'll just do it as we can as TIAs come in.
Okay, great. And I have one more question, and that is about the level of service where mitigation is requested at a level service F. In my mind, we should be requesting it at E or D. And so my question for you or Rob is, why wait for it to fail before we offer mitigation effort or a mitigation tactic?
Yeah, I can answer that for sure. Because if it's a level of service C and the delay currently exists, and I'm sorry, I don't know the thresholds off the top of my head, but if a smaller single family home comes in and tips it just 1 point, then they're required for a whole bunch of mitigation because it goes from a C to a D. And a huge apartment complex might come in and take up all of the level of service C capacity and not have to do any improvements. So to make it fair for those levels of service A, B, C, D, or E, if the level of service degrades by 25% on any of those, then mitigation is required. And mitigation is always required for level of service F, regardless of the level of degradation that the new transportation impacts. So it's required for all levels if it degrades 25% or more, but it's especially required for level of service F, and that is the NCDOT methodology.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense to me for the sake of, smaller developers or for the individual homeowner. But I guess in my mind, it seems to, at the detriment of larger developments, well, at the detriment of our community, larger developments get kind of get a better deal on that.
Do they though? How so? I'd like to address this.
If I don't think I have my language worked out, but I think that if it's at an E or at a D, obviously the impact would be greater, but I don't know that. I guess I'm thinking on the scale, 25% for, I'm sorry that I'm stumbling through this because I'm trying to think it and say it at the same time. The 25% has gosh, I don't know how to less sort of.
So maybe I can phrase it differently. A larger development will almost always have a 25% degrading of some intersection, regardless of where that intersection currently lands in the scale. So, level of service C would be like a 25-second delay to 50-second delay. Wherever that currently lands, a larger development will almost always have to mitigate. But a smaller development is less penalized because they likely won't degrade anything 25%. And so it helps the smaller developments and keeps our town whole with the larger developments.
That does make sense to me. I just still wonder if it makes, and I trust your judgment. I'm not challenging you and your suggestions, because in the end, I'm always going to support these suggestions. I think they make sense. In my mind, I'm just trying to understand, to understand why a larger development wouldn't be further scrutinized.
Most municipalities say if you degrade a level of service, you have to mitigate. That's a really easy thing to see. So if there's a large development that comes in and there's already an intersection, so the intersection at 25% or 25 seconds delay, the larger development could use up all of the delay in that intersection and not have to mitigate because they didn't degrade from a C to a D. So they go all the way up to 49 seconds. And then a smaller development comes in and now they add 2 seconds delay. Now that smaller development has to mitigate because they went from a level C to a level D. So by saying across the board, any degradation of 25% or more keeps it equitable. The larger developments that have more traffic volume will likely require mitigation, and the smaller developments that have a lesser traffic burden would maybe not have as much mitigation.
Okay, that makes it click for me. So, thank you.
Great. Yeah, I'd like for everyone to feel comfortable with what we're proposing.
All right. Do we have any further questions, comments, or motions? Would anyone care to make a motion? Commissioner McCool.
I'll make sure I got the right there. I'll make a motion that we approve zoning motion 2021-3 updates to the UDO Chapter 7 Public Improvement Standards.
And next page.
It's reasonable and consistent therewith.
It's reasonable because the amendment is reasonable because it manages development through best practice standards, and it's consistent because it updates text language to match current procedures and best practices and provides additional direction in order to assist developers in understanding the regulations.
I'll second that motion.
Motion from Commissioner McCool, a second from Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, for that good discussion. I think that helped all of us understand it a little better. It did for me. Let's move on to agenda item 10B3, Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan, area approximately 120 acres, bounded by I-485, Ottawa Road, and the Windrow neighborhood. The plan will examine existing conditions and infrastructure and provide recommendations to help guide future land use decisions. Nadine.
Thank you. And you've, as you know, we've been working on this since May, and you've seen it before. So I'm just going to give you what's happened since the public hearing. And that is, I added a paragraph on the transportation impact analysis that we've just been talking about, because we assume that any development that goes in there is going to trigger that. And just wanted to have it there for the developers so they knew about it. Added a note that while on the proposed site plan, it shows apartments closest to 485. It could be some other housing that actually gets the density that's necessary there. So it could be townhomes. It doesn't necessarily have to be apartments. I strengthened the language on the connection to Creekside Drive to note that the connection should not be even considered without the support from the neighborhood, because I know that there was still some concern about that. Added descriptions for all of the illustrations that we had in there. They were new at the time of the public hearing. Included a recommendation that developers consider a minimum of 10% of units for affordable housing. Came up with that number just from looking at different communities around the state and around the country, what's a reasonable percentage. Added an overall tree preservation goal of minimum of 20%, and that would be for all of the area, not just site by site. Noted that the town should continue to coordinate with Charlotte Mecklenburg schools to ensure that there's capacity, because that was a concern. Public Works supplied us with some typical residential street cross sections. And then I really expanded the architectural recommendations and provided some precedent imagery for those. At their planning board meeting at their last planning board meeting, the planning board unanimously recommended approval of the Eastern Gateway Plan. And staff also recommends adoption of the plan. And if you do choose to adopt, you should note that once adopted, this document will be added as an appendix to the Matthews Land Use Plan, the one adopted in 2012. And any recommendations in this plan will supersede the recommendations found in the 2012 plan. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Mr. Miller.
I was ready to make a motion, but I'll yield to any questions first.
Are there any questions? Nadine, I recall one of the persons that spoke at the public comment period was concerned about the exterior infrastructure of the surrounding roads and the safety concerns. Has anything been added to address his concern specifically?
I think that what we've just covered with the TIA, the Transportation Impact Analysis, that's something that's going to have to be done before anyone goes in there. And again, I just called their attention to it, but that's when that will be looked at. So it's good that we have this new language that strengthens that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, Commissioner Miller?
Thank you. Thank you, Nadine, for putting this together. I realize you're somewhat new to the town, but you've done a good job seeking feedback and putting it all together. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the plan for the small area, Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan, with the note that once adopted, the document will be added as an appendix to the Matthews Land Use Plan adopted in 2012. Recommendations in the Eastern Gateway Plan will supersede recommendations found in Section 4 of that plan mentioned.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Urban. Take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban?
I'm going to vote yes for this, but quick proviso. I want everybody to understand this is a policy statement. I've been getting emails from citizens saying that, what are they going to build there? What's the developer doing? This is enacted by the town as a policy statement. And it is not directing someone to start construction tomorrow. So yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. And to expound on what Commissioner Urban said, any proposed development there would come back before this board for approval as well. So, or a future board. So thank you, Nadine. We appreciate your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Move on
Nadine.
to item 10B4, discuss micro mobility progress. Ms. Bennett, you're up again.
That's me. If I can get to it. And this should just be a quick update. Back in August, I think it was, I presented just an overview of micromobility and e-scooters in Matthews. Bird, the company Bird, approached us about doing e-scooters here. I believe that was in March. Since I presented to you, I've been looking at ordinances from around the country, really, and then kind of focused it to around North Carolina, looking for what I thought would be kind of the most comprehensive ordinance and the one that makes the most sense for Matthews. I've been working on that. I've also been in discussions with Jay and also with Dana Stujenki from Public Works, who's transportation planner, about what makes the most sense for Matthews. I do have a draft ordinance right now, but before it gets to you, I want to make sure that others review it as well. I've sent it to the police department, and I've also sent it to Mr. Buckley, so we'll have legal review of it as well. Again, it is a pretty comprehensive ordinance. Not all of them are, but we just thought it'd be best if it covered everything, including how do you get a permit, insurance requirements, limitations on town liability, which I would think is very, very important. And once it's been reviewed, it will come back to you for a vote at that point. And I also just wanted to show you what we have as the trial area right now. As you can see, that's a context map right there. And this actually is something that Dana really came up with. And what we had talked about was we want to get people to the downtown. We figured that's probably where it's going to be the most popular. Although we want it to serve public transportation as well with a first mile, last mile problem. Right now, kind of focusing on downtown. And the reason that we have Trade Street downtown blocked off is because of congestion there. And we would still be getting them to downtown. It's just that they wouldn't be right on the street there. And I know that there was a concern in the police department about how would they enforce that. And I just wanted to reiterate that it's the scooter itself that enforces that. It won't even, if we choose to go this way, it won't even let them ride on Trade Street right in downtown. So they would find a place to park right off there, and then they could walk. But again, this was just to give you a kind of a quick overview. And I've also been in touch with a person from Bird to see if he thought this was an appropriate area for a trial. And he seemed to think this was good. I think he was concerned a little bit at first that we were going to have something too small, but he thought that this was a good way to kind of test it out. This takes in a lot of apartments, a lot of people who would probably use scooters. So it should be coming back to you, hopefully at the December meeting.
All right, thank you, Nadine. I'm glad you're really looking to dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. I think it's pretty obvious from the traveling I've done. Some communities do this really well and some of them do it really poorly. I'm really concerned about fleet management. I've seen these scooters laying in creeks and laying on the side of the road and laying in private residents' yards and all sort of thing in some areas. So I'm sure that we'll take all this under consideration as we draft this document and get everything squared away.
We hope to address all of those things.
That would be great. Are there any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I have several questions. So in the first presentation you made, Nadine, or maybe perhaps the guy from the scooter company said that they have a program in Gastonia.
They do, yes.
And I'm curious about how that is going.
I haven't talked to them in a while in Gastonia, but I think they were a couple of months into it when I last spoke to him, and he said it was going very well. He said there was more time than he thought getting it started, but once it was started up, it seemed to be going pretty smoothly.
And no major complaints about scooters. And
I haven't seen it, and I check the news too, just to see if there are any articles, because there are a lot of towns out there. There are articles about how much people hate scooters. I have not seen any of those in Gastonia.
And are there suggestions for speed control in these areas?
You can limit the speed, or the company can limit the speeds. In the ordinance right now, it says 20 miles per hour, but I'm thinking I might bring that back down to 15. We need to discuss that a little bit more.
Yeah, I would like to know more about the speed, and also possibly have a demonstration for the board so we can see the speed, especially in terms of the downtown, not along Trade, but closer to downtown. But the scooters will also be allowed on the Greenway. So in that overlay, so will the company make signs for scooter etiquette? And
they're supposed to have information about scooter etiquette right on the scooter. And in theory, they are supposed to educate people about how you ride. I don't know that they will have signs up anywhere in the town, just because that would kind of be all over the town. And I think the town itself, I think we can do some education about it as well.
Especially along the Greenway, knowing that people go on use dirt bikes and mopeds and things on the Greenway, and maybe rarely, but they do. I think there some sort of motorized vehicle signage would be appropriate and probably necessary.
I would agree.
Okay. Any other discussion or comments? Seeing none. Thank you, Nadine. Appreciate the update. Move on to 10B5, consider public improvement variance for 9508 Northeast Parkway. Jay Camp.
All right, let me get my screen shared here. I'll summarize the memo here for a moment, and then I'm going to toggle over to a map so you can better understand what the request is this evening. This is a public improvement variance associated with the site plan approval on Northeast Court and Rice Road. Just a little bit of background. Last year, your board granted a public improvement variance for about 650 feet of Samuel Road for the deletion of curb and gutter associated with the site plan that this developer had approved. As you all know, the developer now has the adjoining former movie theater under contract, and they're requesting the same public improvement variance, but to extend it along the remaining frontage on Samuel Road. So just looking at a quick Polaris map here, where my cursor is, this was the public improvement variance last year. It started right at this property line with the this is a town-owned parcel, ran to Rice Road here. And then the request this evening would be to continue that public improvement variance down to Northeast Court. This is approximately 1,500 feet of curb and gutter that would be removed. However, the applicant will still be required to install the 10-foot side path or multi-use path and street trees and all other required improvements as a part of our Unified Development Ordinance. Let's see. And of course, under proposed solution here, you'll see that the reasoning for this request is really just the uncertainty of the US 74 U2509 project and some of the concern about when and where those improvements may occur in the future. But I am happy to answer any questions you have at this time about the public improvement variance. I see a few hands going up, so I'm going to stop screen share.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Jay, rather than the jargon of NCDOT, is this due to the widening of Sam Newell or the widening of Independence Road Boulevard?
A little bit of both. As part of the Independence Boulevard widening, there's been a very long-standing plan to realign Northeast Parkway into Sam Newell Road. Some modifications that the plans that we've had for years now have shown the connection from Rice Road Extension to Rice Road and the traffic signal, that all being part of the project that's known as currently as U-2509, which is the Independence widening.
And the 10-foot side path or greenway or multi-use path apparently is going on the north side of Sam Newell along the adjacent property as in that particular area. Is that accurate?
Correct. I guess that would be the west side of Sam Newell Road.
Is it west? Okay. And then will it cross later when it becomes more residential, or is it going to stay on that side? Because topography seems challenging.
You're talking about, so the project that the town is currently working on is north of Williams Road towards kind of Crown Point Elementary. Is that the part you're talking about?
Sure.
Yeah. It's on the same side of the road there.
And the topography is not challenging with the dip. Aren't we going to have to take out a lot of trees and do retaining walls in order to build that?
I can't speak to the topo there, but this is just pertaining to, this property owner's frontage.
All right. Well, I can support that. I just don't understand why the greenway would ever be on that side of the road. But that's, I guess, not relevant to this case. Thank you.
Mr. Urban.
Yeah, just as a follow-up on this item and the site plan, item number 6, I need to ask for a recusal on those because that's that long-running project that my firm's been associated with since the first site plan condition back in August of whatever year.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Urban. You are stand in recusal. All right. Any further questions or comments? Or Mr. Carmichael, do you want to make a comment? Presentation.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Jay did a very thorough job of reviewing the request. I don't think I have anything to add, but I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, Commissioner Miller.
I'll make a motion to approve public improvement variance for 9508 Northeast Court and 1939 Rice Road.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Miller, a second by Commissioner McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously with our ever diminishing board. We'll move on to the next item. Consider site plan for 9508 Northeast Parkway and 1939 Rice Road. Jay?
All right, again, I'll give you a brief summary of the memo. You all have probably had a chance to review it. I have the site plan attached, and I believe the applicant does have an updated presentation they wanted to go through to give you all some, just a general feeling of the direction the project's gone since you last saw it. A couple of bullet points here, just as a reminder, the town did, the board voted to rezone the site from conditional to mixed use district about 7 years ago. And as I just mentioned, you all approved a site plan for a portion of this property last year. The plan before you this evening is drastically different. That was mostly office or commercial zoning, had a big office component. Now it's very, very heavily residential. Since the first review in September, the project, the residential piece at least, has grown from about 251 to 300 multifamily units. The parking summary indicates about 45,000 feet of commercial space being contemplated, although the conditional notes show up to 75,000 feet. And really, the comments I want to focus on are under proposed solutions. This is a little bit of an unusual process. I mean, site plan approvals are not unusual, but a site plan approval of this magnitude is relatively unusual. This is usually part of a rezoning, right? We go through the motions, we have a public hearing, the developer shares elevations. This zoning is already in place. So, you know, a TIA is not required before your board takes a vote here, and it's really made it difficult for staff to review the site. There's been a lot of unknowns. So a few changes since the hearing, your first review. The developer's committed to bringing the site plan back to you all if the TIA triggers any site plan changes. I know that they are still sort of tweaking or considering some tweaks to the plan that may be a requirement of the TIA. We're also recommending that the traffic signal be a component of the site plan approval. We feel like with the intensity of development here, that's going to be a necessity to help facilitate traffic movement through the site. The second item, and I feel like we've talked about TIAs and traffic a lot this evening, but the second number here is about the architectural imagery. You do have in the attachment here some character, what I'll call character imagery that shows the general intent of the architecture out here. But knowing that these are fairly large buildings, these are 3- and 4-story structures, you're going to have some very major changes to the streetscape along Sam Newell. And while staff feels like this is a great opportunity for redevelopment, this would probably be one of our first examples of a major redevelopment project in Matthews. We feel that there should be a future review by the board of the new buildings on the site. This could be accomplished via potentially a 3D model or an aerial or something that would give the town some idea of the general architectural intent of the site. This could also be accomplished by some building elevation review, really up to the board. We would also like to see a more firm commitment on the mixed use zoning aspect, just to ensure that these buildings are truly mixed use and that it adheres to the zoning of the site. Absent these items though, the plan really meets our UDO standards for parking and setback. And with some of these modifications, staff would feel comfortable recommending approval of the site plan this evening. Then let's see. And the applicant's going to go over the site plan in a little bit more detail. The only major change from a site plan perspective is that there's now a sort of a terminus building here backing up to Northeast Court. This is previously 2 buildings, but you can see that they've tried to really make this a suburban main street for this mixed-use development through this portion of the site. But all in all, it's generally the same site plan that you all saw. Happy to take any questions at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Is there a cap on the amount of multifamily units for this property, or is it just kind of whatever the developer decides?
There was not a density cap included when the zoning was changed to mixed use.
Okay, and when we first approved the other section, the developer was not committed to connecting Rice Road through. These designs look like it connects through. Is that something we're still waiting on NCDOT to do, or is that something the developer is now committed to doing?
The current language, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I read it, and I've got the full size, I've got the old school plans here I was looking at just a moment ago. The current language states that the developer would make the connection only if the TIA recommends it. So it's left a little bit up in the air in terms of that final connection. We don't know yet what the TIA is going to recommend.
Is the other part of Rice Road officially Rice Road yet, or is it a private road?
No, that's a public street. They're just 2 public streets that don't connect today.
I'm not sure if it's Rice Road or if it's
Let's see. Let me pull up a map.
Well, I'm saying from my memory, when I've driven through there, the road is not in great condition, and I've always assumed it was a part of the parking lot.
Yeah.
And so, having that as your main entry point from Independence and not having it connect through is a huge concern.
It is a public street today.
I mean, if you drive in there, there's tractor trailer, just the trailer part of it parked on the side of the road.
There's one right there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an abandoned parking lot. So that's something we as a town have to consider, the upkeep of that, and should have been all along. I would never have imagined it was a public street. And I would also imagine it would deter people from entering a redevelopment area simply based on the ruggedness of the terrain.
All right. Any other comments or questions for Jay? Mr. Carmichael, do you have a presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Board of Commissioners. I'm John Carmichael, and I'm working with the applicant on the site plan approval request. With me tonight are Yuri Vainston of the applicant, Stephen Singleton of Bowler Engineering, and Michael Thieberg of Bowler Engineering. Stephen's going to address you in a moment and is going to share and discuss the site plan. I thought what I would do is just address the three issues that Jay brought up a moment ago. And the first one is connecting Rice Road to Sam Newell Road and installing a traffic signal. Jay's correct that the current language on the site plan would only require the developer to do that if that was a recommended mitigation improvement under the TIA. But I think you'll be pleased to hear that the developer is going to commit to do that in the site plan when the developer is going to file a revised site plan requiring the developer to commit to extend Rice Road to Sam Newell Road and to install a traffic signal at that intersection prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for a new building on parcel B. Parcel building B is the theater site, the southern parcel. So before you were able to get a CO for a new building on the theater site, you'd have to connect Rice Road to Sam Newell Road and install a traffic signal. The only caveat is, and I'm sure you're going to understand this, is it's subject to the approval of NCDOT. I can't imagine they wouldn't approve it, but if for some reason they did not approve that improvement, then obviously the applicant couldn't make that improvement. But we feel like this will benefit, as Commissioner Garner said, it is an odd entry point to the site from Independence, but we feel like that connection will improve access to these two parcels and also benefit the community as well. So that's a commitment that the applicant is making tonight. Regarding committing to a minimum amount of commercial or non-residential square footage, the applicant will commit to a minimum of 38,000 square feet of non-residential floor area on the site. And the site is defined under the notes on the site plan as parcel A and parcel B. So there would be a minimum of 38,000 square feet. What the notes would say is that it would be reserved and occupied for non-residential uses. And we also use the word reserve because it will be built and reserved for those non-residential uses, but the market's going to determine when that square footage will actually be occupied, but there would be reserved and devoted to non-residential uses. And once again, that's 38,000 square feet. And the applicant would also like to increase the maximum non-residential floor area from 75,000 square feet to 80,000 square feet. And as Jay mentioned, the conditional rezoning doesn't limit non-residential uses. The The applicant's just imposing those limits on the site plan, and it's driven in large part by the traffic study. And additionally, regarding the number of multifamily units, that likewise, that's not limited on the conditional rezoning, but the applicant is placing a cap on residential units at 300 on the site plan. The notes always provided for 300 multifamily units, but Jay's right, the parking calculation, the site data table mentioned the 251, and that was just an example of how the site would meet the parking requirements. The final issue is the architectural design of the buildings. And as Jay mentioned, the applicant has included character or precedent images, architectural images, and they're representative of the architectural style, character, and quality of the buildings that are proposed for the site, as well as the exterior building materials. And there is a note on the site plan that provides that the buildings to be constructed on the site would be consistent with one or more of those architectural images in terms of architectural style, character, and quality, and in terms of exterior building materials. The applicant's hopeful that the architecture could be approved tonight based on that note and based on those precedent images, as was the case with the prior site plan approval for the northern parcel. I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can wait to answer questions after Stephen presents the plan. But we do appreciate your consideration. Stephen, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, John. And commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present our site plan once again. If you recall, we did present the initial plan back in September, if I recall. And so as Jay pointed out, there's been some changes, and I'm going to walk you through those changes. I'm also going to turn my camera off, and I'm going to share my screen to share the presentation. And hopefully I can get through this. I am kind of under the weather, so I've been coughing a little bit. So I apologize in advance if I end up coughing. I'll try to mute myself. But I'm going to try to share this now. Okay. Is the presentation showing yet?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Not yet.
Let me get my right screen. My apologies. Okay. Well,
Stephen, I can share the presentation. I've got a copy here if you want to narrate.
yeah, maybe. Let me try one more. I'm not sure why I can't share this. This is interesting. Let me try one more screen. If not, then I'll let you run with it, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay. Okay, well, you may have to. I don't know why I can't get this to show. I'm sorry. Is it showing now?
I went ahead and screen shared. Just we've got a lot of agenda items. I think
No,
we
no,
just
no,
want
that's
to keep
fine. My
moving.
apologies.
But
No,
let me know when you want to advance, and we'll move it forward for you.
That's fine. Thanks, Jay. And I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay, so again, this is we're calling this Crown Point Commons. And again, we kind of presented this about a month back. And so we're just going to kind of highlight the changes and show you this presentation as we move forward, just high level. Obviously, downtown Matthews is just off the sheet on the south of the plan. And as you move north on Sam Newell and you cross Independence, you kind of see the white site. It's showing that the parcels there that could constitute development. I think what's important kind of as we look at this was the land use map and the proximity of our site to not only Independence for a lot of vehicular access and circulation, but the prevalence of residential to the north and to the east of the site, which would be a support of this mixed use development. And then also one thing we need to account for and plan for and integrate into the site plan would be the NCDOT future plans, which we kind of are showing here just for inclusion. Next, the overall vision, and this was the case back in September and still is today, that we want to provide a very pedestrian dominant development. So a comfortable, accessible, walkable, vibrant mixed use. Some of the features that we really envision for this site would be the unique architectural character. Again, that comfortable pedestrian dominant streetscape, the urban organization with first floor retail and a lot of the mixed use on that first floor with upper floor residential. It's very important to us that there's an integration and an intentional complementary relationship between the exterior spaces, the streetscape, and the architecture. So it's imperative that we find some complementary elements with all of that. And then obviously kind of further enhancing the development with custom signage and complementary furnishings. Next. So this is the site plan as we have it currently. And I'm showing it just because if we needed to, we have some notes and some other identifying elements on the site plan, but really I'd go to the next plan, which is the rendered graphic, and it's a lot easier to read and understand. So this site, and as Jay touched on previously, and so we're just to come right out and be candid, the intent was a full mixed use on this site from Plan West to Plan East. As we're looking at this, the whole site would have been mixed use. Subsequent to that last presentation to you, we did meet with NCDOT. And so NCDOT was adamant that we provide a median on Rice Road, which would require ride in and ride out movements from both sides of Rice Road on Crown Point Commons. So unfortunately, that vehicular circulation, if that ends up being enforced by the TIA or an approved TIA, we really didn't see the vitality of the retail mixed use on Plan East, which is why to some degree that has gone a little more residential. And then the goal then was still to be the pedestrian connectivity across both sites, across Rice Road. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge the strong pedestrian connectivity. We want to make sure that we acknowledge other modes of transportation. So the greenway or multi-use trail that's going to be along the frontage on Sam Newell is important to our site. There's going to be, we'd like to provide some bike amenities and bike accessible routes into and through the site. And obviously there'd be some there's a bus stop right out on Rice Road and Independence. So there's a way to kind of incorporate some of the various modes of traffic will be important to this development. And again, once we have the TIA, approved TIA, that'll inform kind of the final design. If you move kind of west, Plan West, the goal again is kind of utilize that existing parking, get people to the site. I think Renee touched on it, like how can we kind of increase or enhance the frontage on Rice Road? That would be important to this development. But the idea would be to get vehicles to the site, get them parked, but then allow a hierarchy of well-defined and well-designed pedestrian walks and pedestrian promenade, if you will, along the main street through the site. So that's high level of the site plan, which we can come back to in a moment. But the next slide, this kind of covers some of the architecture, the streetscape character imagery that we envision on this project. And again, these are obviously just ideas, but it's important to this development that we design the space for people. So we want to activate this entire space with exterior spaces, whether that's play elements, whether that's cafes and patios and outdoor retail, whatever, civic space. It's real important that we design this for people. And so the parking element is important and the vehicular circulation is important, but we want to make sure that we utilize road diet or complete street elements to narrow the streets, make them safe, make them accessible and comfortable. And so a lot of this character imagery is what we would consider the vision for the exterior space of this site, as well as the bike amenities, and then opportunities for shutting down the street, having your vendors or food trucks or farmer markets and those kinds of events as well. And then the next slide should be a little more of the architectural character. Yep. So if I can, I'm going to try to walk you through a little narrative here with the architecture. But the focus currently would be the top 3 slides or the top 3 images from left to right, which is more high level, big picture. But the goal here is really that the feel, the look, the level of comfort. It's imperative, again, that the buildings and the exterior spaces and the streetscape are cohesive and they work together. And so it's important to us that we capture the look and feel on the streetscape. So those top 3 images, anyway, kind of show what we would believe would be that in the cohesion between the building and the street. The 3 images on the left that are stacked vertically, they're conceptual. These are where we really start to identify the massing and the scale. What is some of the architectural fenestration? How do people experience the site on the ground level again? And that's what those are starting to indicate. And again, they're schematic. But what would be more important then for you and for all of us is the 4 images moving left to right in the middle of the sheet. And as a design team, I think we all are in agreement that these start to capture what we would want to see or envision on this development. The focus of the pedestrian experience on the first floor, it's kind of a symbiotic relationship. We want to make sure the exterior space and the interior spaces are cohesive and work together. The sense of place is going to be real important as we develop the buildings. And again, with the exterior spaces. And what these images also start to show is the form and some of the materials, which we feel is important. We want to make sure, and if you actually move down to the bottom 2 images, these capture what we envision for this site. That pedestrian focused first floor, the upper floor residential or office, but the architecture here would be, new and fresh and contemporary, if you will, but it's got that traditional balance or flair. It's got the traditional materials, whether it's brick or masonry, with some of the traditional form, which I, as a town of Matthews resident myself, I know that we like the traditional kind of look and feel of our buildings in Matthews. And so architecturally, we feel like these bottom 2 images capture what we would hope would capture the vision of this site, which would be, again, inviting, pedestrian-focused, mixed-use development. I don't think I made it into this presentation, Jay, but one more thing, and then I can just share it with the board. Looking at the comprehensive land use plan for Matthews, it is on there. Well, look at that. So I thought it was important to identify that there are 6 policies that informed the current land use plan in Matthews. And it is our opinion that, it's my opinion, but in the design team's opinion, that of those 6, this mixed use development would incorporate 5 of those 6. And I don't want to sit here and read them. And it's a varying range of how we would meet those. But I think this project would be fresh, inviting, new, comfortable. I think the north or east side of Independence is a great location for another mixed use opportunity and development. And so we're pretty excited about the project. But with that, we would just open it up to questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Singleton? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Jeff can go first since I've been asking questions all night.
It doesn't matter. You go ahead, Renee. You go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My first question is about the residential aspect, and I'm concerned that the number of residential components going up is going to have a big impact on our school. So I was looking at Crown Point, which is one of our schools that's currently under capacity, but we've already approved enough units that it will be, when they're finished, above capacity. And a project at 300 units, I think could add another, looking at historical data, maybe add another 50 elementary students to a school that's capacity is only 618. Similarly, it would add another probably 25 students to the middle school and to the high school. And so any number of residential units that you can come down would decrease that pressure on our schools. And I think that would be something that's important to all of us as we continue to have concern about trailers and mobile units, classrooms.
I would say I wholeheartedly agree with you. With 3 daughters myself at 3 different schools here at Matthews, I know the capacity issue and the overcrowding concerns. And so all I would say is I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think 300 is even really, I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't think that's really the number. I think 250 would be the number currently. And ultimately it would come down to the refinement of the plan, the design development, and what is the best mix of the uses on this site. So, our site plan is just one iteration, I guess, of some of those potential uses. But I do believe as a team, we can appreciate that concern. I do, again, wholeheartedly. And I don't know if John or you already wanted to add anything, but it's definitely understood and heard.
Yeah, I mean, I would just urge, really thinking about that every single unit counts towards this, and that maybe we as a board need to continually remind ourselves to push for a different process of building construction for our schools in the future, so that we don't have so many pressures when considering development.
Mayor, can I make a comment now?
Sure, Commissioner Miller, go ahead.
Thank you. Stephen, thank you for your presentation. Page 6 was wonderful, but I was confused in the beginning because you stated you had unique architectural character, but I saw white Legos in a row, white blocks in a row, and that didn't speak to unique. The characterizations of the streetscapes we've seen before. It's a copy and paste. I don't want to call it a cartoon, but there's some application that architects use to make the people 6 feet tall, 5 feet tall, old cars, new cars, and that was discouraging too. Why? Because we're used to elevations, architectural elevations with brick, stone, copper glass, smoke glass, whatever it might be. And those were not necessarily elevations, but when you got to page 6, I thought it was consistent with what we have. And I guess eventually you're going to need to come back with specific elevations eventually, but I like what page 6 showed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Motions? I was just going to make the comment that I was trying to look to find it. There's a mixed-use development in Raleigh, very near North Carolina State University. The name of it escapes me. It was recently redeveloped. Jay, do you know the name of that? I think you showed it as an example once. Anyway, I thought that was a really good, I'll find it in a bit, but
Jay, is there an updated recommended motion?
So there are the items in the memo that I addressed. The applicant's already, according to Mr. Carmichael, they've now committed to the traffic signal So really the only determination your board would need to make, I would incorporate that into the motion because that was a commitment that was added. John?
Yes, yes, sir.
And Commissioner Miller, you made a mention about future architectural approval. That's not currently a requirement. That's something your board really needs to discuss, which, are you comfortable with the imagery that was shared, or do you want further review in the future? That's your call.
I think further review would only help. I'm not prepared to make a motion, though.
Jay, we also, in addition to the traffic signal and the extension of rights to Sam Newell, there was a minimum of 38,000 square feet of non-residential.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jay.
Mr. Buckley, yes.
Yeah, if I could interrupt, does the motion include any inclusion of reasonableness and consistency?
I did not.
I realize this is not a change in zoning and not a change really in conditions, but something of this magnitude, I would rather it be declared to be surpluses later rather than a not having it, and this would cause problems for both of us, both the applicant and the town. This is such a significant site plan that I think that it would behoove us to include that in the motion.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I didn't, since it wasn't a rezoning, I did not include that. I do believe Mr. Singleton provided some references, very helpful now, I guess, to the land use plan.
Yes,
that could be part of the motion.
It could be just the vision statement could be incorporated as a reason, one of the reasons why it's reasonable, and then it would be consistent with the existing land use plan. Something terse like that. I think that if we not do it, 160D has not gone through litigation yet, and I don't know what's going to happen with the court system, but I'd rather have it and not need it than not have it and need it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
And I don't know, Mr. Carmichael, you might address that also.
I agree. I mean, I agree that I think from a technical standpoint, it's probably not required, but it doesn't hurt to have it. As you were saying, Charlie.
160D just hasn't gone through the court system yet. And who knows what the court's going to say about some of these requirements.
Yeah.
There. So
well, no, it's almost
like I said, I'd rather have it and not need it than not have it and actually a court find that we needed it. So both for your client and my client's sake, I think we should at least include something of a reasonableness and consistency motion with the overall motion.
Someone's going to need to craft this.
Have some suggested verbiage, Charlie?
Well, I would just say that based on the motion itself, but then that it is reasonable, and then I would pull from what was shown on the vision statement, something like that, and then consistent. Obviously, it's consistent with the existing land use plans because it fits. I mean, it just all fits within the mixed use development, within the zoning and the land use plans. So something very terse.
I don't find that in the memo, or I would have done it. It's in the presentation. It's not in the memo, I think.
Yeah. His vision statement on the presentation, his vision statement, not our, but his vision statement, that could fall under reasonableness pretty easily. Jay, you might be able to pull it off there quicker than any of us.
I can read it. I can read it right now.
Yeah, I can bring it up if there's a motion, if that's helpful when we get to that point.
I think that would be helpful.
I can start the motion if you want to bring it up.
That's slide 3, Jay. Oh, you got it.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve.
It's slide 3. So you're going to, yeah.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve the site plan for 9508 Northeast Parkway and 1939 Rice Road because the requesting zoning action has been found to be consistent with the Matthews Land Use Plan based on unique architectural character, comfortable pedestrian dominant streetscape, urban organization with first floor retail dining, shopping and upper residential, creative integration of exterior spaces, custom signage and complementary site furnishings that further activate the development. This rezoning is reasonable in that it provides a compatible land use for redevelopment in a formerly commercial.
I can't read it, so I would love to help you, but I can't read that. I can't read this vision statement at all.
Okay, well, I finished the vision
Sorry.
statement. I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out why it's consistent, that it's or reasonable in that it provides a compatible land use for
Consistent with the Independence Boulevard corridor.
there you go.
That'll do. That'll do.
And can I add something or offer something up?
Well, I should add that design will be should be brought before the board for in the future for consideration, and that the traffic signal at Rice Road will be installed by the developer dependent upon NCDOT's approval.
And square footage of 39,000 or something?
We have to go to that level of detail.
Well, I think it appears on his plan, doesn't it?
They committed to a minimum of 38,000 feet of non-residential area. And Mr. Carmichael, are you all comfortable with the future architectural approval that's part of the motion? Is that something you commit to? We can't hear you.
Review of building elevations.
He's saying yes. He's indicating yes.
Prior to the issuance of building permits.
Or COs.
Yeah.
Has anybody written down the motion?
Lori has. She's got it recorded. She's the bomb.
Hold that thought. The motion is to approve the site plan for the above stated addresses because the requested zoning action has been found to be consistent with the land use plan based on unique architectural character. And then the other items listed on page 3 of the PowerPoint, which I don't have specified right now. The rezoning is reasonable and that provides compatible land use for redevelopment in the Independence Boulevard corridor. And Renee, there may be some pieces missing from that section. If you want to verify if anything else needs to be added to that.
That the design should be brought before the board.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anything about the reasonable statements?
No, that reasonable was better than mine.
The design should be brought before the board for future consideration. The traffic signal will be installed by the developer depending on NCDOT approval. And I'm sorry, the building elevation approval will be brought to the board prior to the issuance of the COs.
And 38 or 39,000 a mixed use?
I did not get that. Was that agreed upon by the applicants?
It's number 2 and 3 under proposal solution in the memo, really. That's all I'm copying.
I will add that.
The bottom part of number 2, 3 on proposal solution.
That is what I have, everyone.
38,000 is what John Carmichael was saying.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Garner, a second from Commissioner Miller. by the way, just for further discussion, the place in Raleigh that I was referencing is called Cameron Village, which was an old retail development that was reimagined probably a decade ago, but into multi-use, et cetera. They did a really good job on that. I think it's now called the Village District or something in Raleigh.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second by Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you for plodding through this, but I think we got there. So thank you.
We did.
Let's bring Mr. Urban, Commissioner Urban, back into the fray here, and we'll go on to the next item. Consider revised timeline for disposition of town-owned property at 122 Matthew Station Street. Jay? Welcome back, Commissioner Urban.
Give me one moment to pull my agenda item up here.
Mr. Mayor, while he's pulling that up, I'm wondering if I shouldn't recuse from this particular item. Although it's just really a debate about sequencing of things, and it doesn't bother me which way you go, but if you want to keep it on the up and up, I would just stay out of this conversation too.
I think that's probably a good idea, but I'll let Mr. Buckley weigh in.
I think that's a good idea, Mayor.
Thank you,
I
John.
think that's
You interrupted my nap, so I mean, I can finish it up.
Yeah, I mean, let's just keep it clean, and we won't have to worry about that, even though we're not discussing specifics, just a timeline. But since you are involved in one of the proposals, let's
10-4.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Camp, fire when ready.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to skip this one. I was ready for consent agenda. I wasn't prepared. My bad. So this is a continuation from just 2 weeks ago, where we were discussing the potential disposition of 122 Matthew Station Street. And I wanted to clarify, so there are two timelines attached to the memo, if you've had a chance to look at this, and I did color code them a little bit. The first attachment relates to a timeline without a visioning process, so that's in blue at the top. The second timeline here is with a visioning process. Again, the general purpose here is that so that town staff, commissioners, potential developers, that everyone has a general understanding of how this process will unfold in the coming months. This is not this is not a rezoning or the site plan approval that we just went through. This is part of the public-private partnership that Matthew Station was through the Downtown Development Projects General Statute. So it's a little bit unique, and we just wanted to make sure, as Mr. Urban was just saying, being on the up and up with everyone involved. So looking at the first option here, we have a timeline without a visioning process. I do have us set to have an update, probably the last update for this current board, because you only have a few meetings left now. Just a general update. I did put a time cap in all fairness, so each developer would have 10 minutes just to let you know where they're at with the process. On January 24th, so about 60 days later, we would receive a final presentation from each developer. Board would have an opportunity to provide feedback, and then potentially as early as February 14th, the board could take a vote to either move forward with one of the developers or just stand pat and not take any action. If you all did choose to select a developer to complete the Matthew Station project, everything could wrap up as early as March or April. We would have a public hearing just to announce the sale of the property. Council would approve all the items that are part of the development agreement, including elevation, site plan, and any conditions. And the very, very, very last item, I believe, would be a vote to actually sell the property to the developer at the agreed upon price. The second timeline here is with the visioning process. In reality, it depends on what the components of the process would be. Do you want this to be staff-led? Do you want to bring a consultant in? I could see it adding a minimum of a month to the process. maybe sometime in January. January can be kind of a crazy month because we've just come out of the holidays, and there's a lot of rezonings and other planning. Just your board's going to be very busy in the early months of 2022. But scheduling wise, I think it would add about a month or two to the overall process. So you would probably be wrapping up closer to April or May if you wanted to insert a totally independent visioning process into your review of Matthew Station Street. Really, for recommended motion action, we're giving you two options here. These are not the only two options, but we wanted to kick off with something for you all to discuss this evening on how you might like to move forward with 122. Happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
All right, I'll just lead off. I've had several discussions with several of the commissioners about visioning or lack thereof for this plot, this spot on our town property. From my perspective, the general vision for the property has been defined for a long time. It would be a mixed-use type of retail establishment similar to what's on the property now. And when we think about visioning, and we did discuss several potential different things for that lot, such as a parking deck or a library expansion or a museum. And I think all of those have been pretty much ruled as not feasible. So I don't know what we would gain from further visioning. I certainly don't want to hire a consultant to do visioning. I would be against that. But I'm welcome to hear what other viewpoints are. I think we've got two decent proposals, and we've sat on this lot for 2 decades. That could be a reason to sit tight for a little longer, but I'm anxious to get it developed and get some tax money rolling into our coffers. And I don't know what we have to gain by further considering what we might put there, unless somebody has a really brilliant idea this evening that was something totally different that we haven't thought of. That's kind of where I'm standing on it. What do others think? Does anybody have another thought on it? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I mean, I've been the one pushing for this visioning process, mostly based on the fact that we told a developer that's what we were going to do. And I believe that, we say we're going to do something, we should do it. However, I also realize that I'm doing a solo campaign on this and don't have the support it needs to happen. So I think that, we may not have an option in front of us or knowledge of a need for the town, but I'll say for one last time, I think it's short-sighted that there are needs for downtown that we haven't considered, and we haven't seen sort of a list in front of us that depicts everything that we may need. And I stand firm on thinking that before we move forward with more of the same, we should examine those options. But that's sort of the same message I've been giving all along. So, I think it is appropriate to vote on how we move forward and get this action moving. And I'll stop playing on repeat.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. I think there's good points on both sides. Another concern I do have is I would hate for one or more of the folks that are proposing developments on this site to walk away because we're taking too long. I think that's another risk we take. But I'd certainly like to hear from other commissioners, Miller or McCool. Do either of you have a comment? Commissioner McCool.
I kind of stand on both sides of it. I see where Renee is coming from, where we don't want to look down 10 years from now and say, rats, we could have done something really cool here that we didn't think of back in 2021. But I also tend to agree with you, Mayor, that we've sat on this property for a long time, and I'd like to see something moving. I think we have two decent developers who are trying to do something good for the town. I think we should at least hear both of them out and hopefully pick one of them to develop something really cool for the town. Thank you.
Mr. Miller. You're on mute.
Sorry. Real simply, I think that this isn't the right terminology, but I think we should pit the two developers against each other. One offers this, one offers that monetarily. Then they have a vision for what the building looks like and what tenants might go in. But bottom line is mixed use, period. We don't worry about what goes in, but it's mixed use. The landlord would determine the best use and either make money or lose money. And then the town, I would suggest, should take the money from that property sold and put it into downtown parking. Whether it's next to the post office or striping South Fremont or whatever that little lane is called over by Windstream, the old Windstream area, but we should put that money into parking. Now, we may have a walking problem, we may have a parking problem, but damn it, we've been talking about it for 20 years. Let's do something about it. Sorry if I was wishy-washy.
Mr. Bland, do you have any stand on this issue?
Well, I know everybody wants to get something done, make a decision on it, but I'm just not in a huge hurry about this. I think that we need to get I'm sort of in more on the side of having a better vision for what we want to do. Now, I like what Jeff's saying about it, about the fact that if we do sell it, that's great. We should put the money into parking. I think that's a huge issue. It's been a big issue for downtown for a long time, and I'm all with you on that. But I'm not in a big hurry. I'm willing to listen to either one of them or get more. If we got a better idea of what we want in that. The one thing I do know that I don't want is I don't want apartments in there. I think that in that space is a terrible idea, and it's going to create a even bigger parking problem downtown. So, I'm going with the shorter time frame, or we can go with longer. It doesn't really matter to me, but I don't think that we're going to lose any sales. I think that there's plenty of demand for that piece of property because there's not anything else like it downtown.
I think as a compromise, I could vote to do a quote unquote visioning process if we did it very quickly and did it in-house.
Oh yeah.
Jay, is that something you can accommodate and can guarantee we can do in a month, so we're not delayed for 6 months or something waiting on another visioning process?
We would need some direction on what the components of the visioning would be, if that's something you wanted to put together, like what format. We're not doing a lot of in-person meetings now. There's surveys. Did you want a one evening charrette with the public at town hall?
I don't know, but I would want it to do. I'd be willing to compromise and do something like that if we could do it quickly. And I don't want to spend a lot of money with an outside consultant. I also don't want to overly burden staff with lots of extra meetings. But I mean, we could do a charrette. I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, what do you think of that? Do a public charrette, and you could try to get just all kind of ideas from the public and see how they.
Well, I mean, I think several years ago we had an interactive public charrette that we can mine from ideas, but I also think it's a little bit unfair to ask staff to put something together within a month, knowing that 1 month from today, or the month away meeting, the new board is installed, and we will be right on the cusp of changeover. It wouldn't be appropriate to fill in one board on their last few hours of serving without filling in another board.
Well, I guess I'm saying, if I'm looking at it from the developer's standpoint, if we're talking about that we could have this ready to break ground in April or May, then I would be willing to say, let's wait to May if we can do something, and it could, the visioning process itself could happen with a new board, but I just don't want to spend a ton of time on it. I'm sorry, Ken McCool.
I do want to challenge you, Mayor. I don't think that anyone's gonna pull offers away if we make them wait a month or 2 or 3, to be honest with you. I mean, this is as prime piece of real estate in the town of Matthews. Unless you've heard something different from the developer side, if I don't get this done in a few months, I'm leaving. I think the demand's still there. Again, I kind of agree. I was in the middle of this. If there's a compromise where we could do it a little bit quicker and figure it out, I'd be fine with that. But I also don't want to burden staff. So if there's a compromise there, I'm all for it. But we just have to find it.
I'm not sure I agree with you. I think we potentially could lose a proposal if we wait too long, because time is money. Mr. Miller?
Just an observation. When I wasn't on the board when Town Hall was built and we got rid of the Harris Teeter parking lot, but did that board say we want a restaurant anchor here, we want a nail salon here, we want a beer joint here? It's mixed use, and the developer or management company figures out the uses, and if the bundt cakes don't sell or the bagels fresh now don't sell, someone else is coming in. So it's really going to be mixed use with what's on top. If you don't want apartments and you want office, that's fine. But our job is to really approve the architecture and the parking, and it's got to be mixed use, period. I see no other way. If you want a restaurant ground level or a 3-story restaurant with a rooftop, good, that's great. It'll be really popular. But I think we're micromanaging things that we shouldn't be. Sorry.
Mr. Buckley.
I was just going to point out that originally under the agreement with Lat Persa, but not even putting a personality on it, on the public-private partnership, the town just simply did the public infrastructure, and it was the private partner who determined what the uses would be after we, like Commissioner Miller says, mixed use, but he determined, and it was all based on market demand on who his tenants were going to be. But the town did not go and say we need to have a restaurant here, and that was just not the vision of the agreement itself.
That's not the discussion that I'm having. The discussion that I'm having is saying we are going to have future needs for our downtown. We are going to have limited spaces to accommodate those future needs. So before we sell it as to be mixed use, let's make sure we don't have a personal need.
Cool. I was just commenting on Commissioner Miller's comment on what the original vision was, since he was not on the board at that time, and I was just sharing information and not, trying to select what procedure you want to follow now. But let me point out on this thing, no one's taken into consideration under this public-private agreement. Once you have this agreement and once you have the developer moving forward with his partnership, when he takes down the property, quote unquote, that's up to him. He's got up to a year to take the property. Of course, now he's wanting to develop it, and if he thinks he's got a market, he's going to move quicker than we can move.
Commissioner McCool.
I guess it's a question for Jay and Hazen. Renee, you've brought up possible other uses or needs of the town. Do you, either of you, Hazen or Jay, see that as there's a glaring hole that could come up from your experience or your thought processes?
Well, I mean, it is an interesting debate. I do think we have to. The farmers market's a great example, really. I mean, it's a gem for our town. It's in private hands. It would be a great loss for all of us if we didn't have some kind of plan for the farmers market. To me, is a good example. Are there other things? Discovery Place downtown, that's a cool idea. I think the dilemma is, do you have a bigger discussion about downtown more than just Matthews Station Street? And what are some of the components that will make us a great downtown in the future? And I think that's a great discussion. Is the discussion on 122 Matthews Station Street really that discussion? And I think Jay's point is very fair. It's like, okay, we can do the visioning, but like, what do you want us to just invite the public and just kind of write down ideas and have the ideas compiled? And the board thinks, well, we'd like to try that idea on 122 or not. But I do think we need, if staff's going to do this visioning process, I mean, something as rudimentary as that, I think we could do it. I just don't know if that's going to be satisfactory to the board. And, we had 14 different ideas, and somebody said, well, we can't do that in 122, but hopefully we can do it somewhere in the downtown footprint.
I guess maybe let me rephrase it. I'm asking do you see a glaring need that we need to reassess other than mixed use? I guess is for
122.
Yeah, that's my question.
My personal opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because you've been around since this has been developed.
Mixed use is so all encompassing, that could mean anything, right?
Well, if I could add, surplus property is really helpful to have. Like Hazen was talking about, if the farmers market needed a new location, I think of the lot behind White Duck as a great piece of surplus property. If we want to make it parking temporarily for a decade, that's fine. But 122, when you drive on Matthews Station Street, when you're coming to Town Hall, this is prime property. It's not property that you want to let lay fallow for decades and decades, as we've unfortunately done. It's very visible property in our downtown that really deserves a use, and not for us just to sit on it and hoping a better idea comes up in the future. But that's my 2 cents since you asked.
It's not been that the town has sat on it. Twice we've had opportunities, and twice the credit crunch hit drastically, and so that the private partner was unable to get credit for the development of that lot twice. So that's, we run into the unforeseen circumstances. So it wasn't that the town let it sit there. It's just that every time we got ready to go forward with it, the credit crunch hit again, another financial disaster for private partners.
What is the pleasure of the board? I think we could, to give a little more direction to staff, we could have a public charrette. One of the things we discussed, Jay, was do we want to pit proposal A versus proposal B versus anything else, or we just want to say, what would the public like to see on this piece of property? Would you like to see a restaurant? Would you like to see a bar? Would you like to see a daycare? Whatever. And just see if the majority of the public is in alignment with maybe one of the proposals. I mean, I don't know. Mayor Pro Tem Garner, what do you foresee for a visioning process? What does that entail?
I honestly think it's getting all the puzzle pieces out, looking at them and seeing what we have and what we need.
I just think that's a difficult task for staff to undertake without further direction.
Well, I mean, my frustration is that this was supposed to happen was it 2019 when Lat Purser came to us, and we said no thank you to his offer. Granted, it was a little bit different, but we all, we said no thank you, here's what we're going to do. And now here we are many, many months later with a greater sense of urgency, not having done what we said we were going to do.
I think there was a lot of love for what Lat Purser suggested. He just wanted us to pay for it. Is my recollection.
But just reading the minutes from the meeting, we said no thank you. We need to have a visioning for this property. And here we are, not having had the vision process and considering 2 other offers. I think, we have really missed the mark. And again, I realized, I think that you guys are trying to compromise, and I'm the only person who feels this way about this. I don't see a reason or a need. I don't see a reason to placate one member of the board and extend the process any longer than it needs to be if it's just, I appreciate the kindness and trying to compromise, but I think that it's becoming a painfully long discussion that is probably not in anybody else's hearts.
Well, I heard Commissioner Bland somewhat on your side, Representative Garner. Commissioner Miller.
I felt that the vision that Lat Purser presented to us was just fine. It satisfied a future farmers market. It satisfied First Thursdays. It satisfied our special events. It assisted with parking, and it provided mixed use on the 2nd and 3rd floor and pop-up markets. But he wasn't willing to pay for it. And he wanted the town to sponsor his vision. And so, without getting into specifics and dollar values, we now have people who are willing to pay for it and build it. And Lat Purser was not willing to pay for it. He wanted the town to fund a substantial amount of money to build it. The concept was beautiful, but we own the property, and his private partnership was told to go hitchhike down the road, so to speak. Now we have 2 people that are willing to pay for it with a similar vision. Jay could certainly pull that up at any time, but it was more financial, not vision. It had all the answers, really. My opinion.
Jeff, that summary is not reflected in the meeting minutes after he presented that. That's
so.
You can look him up.
I don't need to look him up. I was there, but I don't want to get into specifics. He wanted a hell of a lot of money, and we weren't really willing to share that money with him.
All right, so if we're going to conclude this meeting before tomorrow, somebody needs to make a vision or make a motion. Will anybody make a vision? Will anybody make a visionary motion? Hearing none, I'll make a motion that we go with the shortened process without any further vision steps. We'll have a second.
Second.
Motion by myself. Second by Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote if there's no further discussion. Commissioner Bland.
I'll support the motion.
You will support it?
Yes, I'll support it.
Thank you. We have Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
No.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Garner standing in opposition. Thank you. All right, now we can bring Commissioner Urban back if he's still awake for the conclusion of the meeting. We go on to item 11, the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion to accept the consent agenda, approve the consent agenda by Commissioner Urban, a second by Commissioner McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to unfinished business. Item 12A. Consider additional town contribution to EB 5829, 4 Mile Creek Greenway, South Trade Street Tunnel. Dana Stujenki.
Mayor, why don't I take this? I'm not sure Dana's on. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Dana. Go ahead.
Is Dana?
Dana's here.
Okay. Okay, Dana, you can do it.
Hazen, you're more than welcome to do it. It's late, for me at least. I'm here to talk to you all tonight quickly about the 4 Mile Creek Greenway project. We have an ongoing partnership with Mecklenburg County on this project. This is the section this is the pedestrian tunnel underneath South Trade Street. Initially, back in 2018, the Board of Commissioners agreed to spend $125,000 of town money for a match for this project. Since that time, the project cost has escalated, like all of our construction projects. The county is just about ready to let the project. The county will let it in spring 2022. They did a final cost estimate that came in at about 1.9 million, and they need about $666,000 to complete this project. They're going after CRTPO discretionary dollars for their shortfall. And with that, typically it's an 80-20 match. They're doing a 25% match. So it makes their shortfall request $166,000, $166,555 is exact. And they basically just wanted us to contribute, the town to contribute funds towards this. Initially, I think they wanted a 50-50 match. Hazen did some phone calling, and he has suggested that we provide a $20,000 match towards this to show our commitment towards the 4 Mile Creek Greenway underpass, which is a critical piece of our Greenway network. That is the request. And is there any questions about this project? And there is, Jay, if you scroll down, there is a map. If anyone doesn't remember where this project is, it's on South Trade Street, right by Brenham Lane.
Dana, I don't really have any questions, but I think it's I don't know. It's a little disappointing. And is it a 1.6 or 1.9 million dollar project that they're ending that Matthews pony up $20,000? I mean, when they agreed to do it previously, it's a little bit frustrating at this point in the game. But
they must have filled in the tunnel.
Yeah. Commissioner Miller, you got a comment?
I'll make a motion to approve the contribution to Mecklenburg County in the amount of $20,000 in fiscal year 2022 for the 4 Mile Creek Greenway Underpass project from Brenham Lane to the west side of South Trade Street, and that we approve the associated budget amendments to appropriate $20,000 from the town's fund balance to this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes, and I have a question real briefly. Charlie, isn't that tourism funds?
Yeah, since it's associated with the Greenway, yes.
Okay, it said fund balance, but tourism funds.
that tourism funds would be eligible.
Thank you.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. We'll move on to 12B, consider acceptance of a land donation. Mr. Will, assuming his ceiling hasn't caved in, be available for this.
So Rob finally had to go work with the contractors that are already out of his house. So he's signed off for the evening. So I'll handle this item briefly. If you all will recall, earlier this year, the developer approached the town, said they'd like to dedicate a little over 8 acres of land along Samuel Road for parkland and associated with the 9-lot subdivision. The developers been working with the town and the county for several months now to get their final plat in order. We believe the final plat will be on your consent agenda in 2 weeks. So in advance of that, the developer is looking for an acknowledgement from the town that the board is interested in accepting this plot of land. Since you last saw this, it is a little bit smaller. This area here, which is a little over an acre, behind the lots facing, this is Samuel Road right here. This is being dedicated or reserved rather as undisturbed open space. So the dedication to the town, and it's really hard to see here, but it's 7.296 acres of open space would be dedicated to the town. You can see that there is a small leg of frontage on Lakeview Circle. It kind of narrows down here, then opens back up. There's also a pond at the back. Hazen did order a phase 1 on this. I mean, Hazen, I don't recall anything in the report that was a red flag.
Yeah, no red flags.
So the course of action, if the board did indicate the willingness to accept this after the final plat, Charlie, you mentioned that we would need to do some title search work or research to ensure that there's no issues. And then potentially this could be formally accepted by the board next month. The owner has indicated that this needs to happen this calendar year. So we're all, working as fast as we can.
Well,
did I get that correct, Charlie?
Well, before they can dedicate it, but before the board would accept it, we need to do our own due diligence and make sure that there's not any title defects, nor is that property subject to any kind of conditions and restrictions that may not allow it to be used. Of course, for open space, I don't know what would prevent that, but you don't want to have an AT&T transmission easement through there 100 foot wide. So before you accept it, he could dedicate it all day long, but before the town accepts it. And also, since fee simple title would be done, it cannot be transmitted by a dedication. It would have to be transmitted to the town by a deed.
Right. So really after the final plat, the deed, that would just be conveyed to the town at some point after that, if the board accepts the final plat with the dedication shown on the plat.
Well, no, the board would just approve the final plat with that dedication, but
Yes.
that doesn't convey the property. People all the time record a plat that shows certain public infrastructure being dedicated, but it hasn't been accepted by the town. This doesn't bind the town to accept it. So that's what I'm saying. We need, in that time period, we need to do a quick title exam to make sure that before the board accepts that deed, that there are no title defects.
So this evening, and I know this is sort of a strange agenda item, Mayor and Board, the motion we're looking for is whether or not the board wishes to accept this land dedication. I guess it would be to direct staff to continue working with the developer on the land dedication or something along those lines, if you all are interested.
I've made the comment many times, if it's free, it's for me. So I think we would be crazy to turn down 7+ acres of free open land, as long as there's nothing wrong with it. It's not a Superfund site or otherwise bad for us to take, and we will check into that. You said you've done the first environmental look and it looked okay. You guys have walked the property, so Are there any motions to hopefully accept this land? Commissioner McCool,
I'll make a motion that we're accepting. Wait, I thought Jace wanted to continue allow them to do the due diligence. Maybe I'm off base here by.
That's correct, because you're not going to do anything until you approve the final plat. So, and that's just perfunctory, that's administrative, that's just subdivision final plat approval. But you just letting us know that we will move forward, working with the director staff, working with the applicant, that would be a possibility.
I'll make a motion that staff continues to do their due diligence with the developer on this property.
Second.
working towards eventual
yeah,
acceptance of the property. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McCool, a second from Commissioner Bland. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to item 13A, consider public art mural on Matthews Chapel Road. Melissa Johnson.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Board of Commissioners. I am keeping my camera off this evening just because bandwidth is spotty and otherwise it may cut out and nobody has time for that. So I am here to present the final mural design for the Matthews Chapel Road mural. That is a visual extender for the Matthews Heritage Trail in the Crestdale community. This is a pretty long stretch of road at 475 feet long, and there's no sidewalks on this stretch of the trail, and the other side is flanked by the railroad track. So in case you all are not familiar, the white striping has already been added to this road and the crosswalk as well. So this mural will go inside of that white striping between the dashed line and the grass on the church side. So I included the original design from Michaela Benter. This is what she originally submitted when we put out the call for artists. Michaela has a lot of experience in painting large scale murals on roads. So her experience is perfect for this project. After a public input meeting, we had a drop-in meeting right there at Mount Moriah Church on a Sunday afternoon. Got some feedback from the community. Overall, everything has been really positive in adding a mural that kind of connects the community. Her design morphed a little bit into being more of a reflection of a stained glass design, kind of a nod to the churches in the area. Still has muted earth tone colors. One thing to note is the red that is pictured in this design would actually be more muted and more brick red, just to make sure that it is not a traffic color. I think there was a concern there, so that has been confirmed. And this design will essentially repeat itself over 9 or 10 times along that stretch. And the colors may shift in each rectangle section, if you will. And a gripping surface will be added to the paint, so that way it is not a slippery surface for any users who are on the trail, whether pedestrian or bikers. And we do hope to make this a community event for installation. Been in touch with Butler High School art students, well, their teachers already, to make this a fun project and involve the community as well. So once the design is approved, we will move forward with installation, getting that scheduled with artists and the community. And I welcome your feedback on the design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Are there any questions or comments for Melissa? Commissioner Miller?
Thank you. I think it's very pretty, stunning. Whether the colors are muted or bright, they can work out those details, but artwork around the town is always welcome in my opinion. And so I'd like to make a motion to approve the mural installation on Matthews Chapel Road as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Garner. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate you staying up late.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Move on to the next item. Consider exemption from GS 143-64.31 for design services for the Uten Pottery Project. Corey King.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Town Board. The next park project that staff is moving forward with is Uten Pottery. It is a 1.5 acre site where the kiln and workshop of RF Uten is on site. At this point, the kiln would remain just an artifact on the site, and the idea is to transform the workshop into a museum. At this point, staff is preparing to move forward with design. We estimate that the cost for design will not exceed $50,000. And this exemption that we are requesting essentially allows us to ask for price in our RFP when we approach vendors. Again, we do expect design costs to not exceed $50,000. And we certainly hope, we know we will get a good firm to work with us, but we do want to ask for price up front, I guess by way of this exemption and the resolution.
Thank you, Corey. Are there any questions, comments, or motions? Mr. Urban.
Hey, Corey, none of this applies to the kiln, which we've already stabilized, rebuilt the flues and all, correct?
Correct.
So this is just for the building itself, the workshop itself.
This is for the landscape architecture work, and I guess there may be some more structural engineering necessary for the workshop itself, but this is the bulk of it is the landscape architecture for the trail and the other development grading along the site.
Well, hopefully, like the kiln, we can find some conscientious folks in the industry that will help do things pro bono in the construction aspect of it. That would really, really be nice. Maybe folks probably don't know that we had a mason come in, and Taylor Clay of Statesville or Salisbury came down and for free offered their mason to rebuild the flues and stabilize the kiln and all. You just had to provide the scaffolding and all. So maybe we can do the same thing. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the resolution to exempt the procurement of design services associated with the Uten Pottery Park project from General Statute 143-64.31, identifying estimated design costs to be below $50,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Garner. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Sure.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Move on to item 12C, receive an update on the town strategic plan for Maureen Keith.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'd like to provide you all with an update on the strategic plan. First, I'll begin with a refresh of what we've done so far since we began work on this project. Started back in April 2018, where we held a community meeting. Over 100 residents attended. It was a facilitated discussion where they shared the desired future and unwanted future for Matthews. Those became the foundation for the vision statements. In January 2019, the vision statements were completed, approved by the board, and published. In July 2019, we held our first strategic planning session with approximately 60 Town of Matthews staff members. Each department was represented, and it was a day-long meeting where we began the process of turning the vision statements into a strategic plan. We followed that meeting up in September 2019. Smaller group of staff met to make sense of the output from the earlier meeting. Began developing strategic themes for each of the visions. January 2020, we developed strategies reviewed by each department. In February, the board reviewed the strategies and provided feedback. The strategies were finalized in April 2020. And of course, the project was stalled due to the pandemic. We did revisit the strategies earlier this fall, and they were reviewed by the department heads. Our next step is to take what we have now, which is essentially a very long to-do list, and pursue a new format that's going to make it a more productive document. That's a more streamlined format. The visions remain the same. The strategies will largely remain the same. We're not changing the content. We're just reorganizing it into a more simplified, organized way. We found this example from the city of Raleigh that we really liked. You can see the goal up at the top, which would be our vision statement, 3 objectives with corresponding initiatives, and on the right-hand column, you have your measuring progress. So using that as a guide, we took one of our visions, vision 11, transparent governance and engagement, and we took what we had, all the strategies, and developed 3 objectives with some initiatives, and at the bottom you can see our outcome measures. Our next steps in this process are to continue work transitioning to the new format, complete writing all the objectives, initiatives, and outcome measures. Town staff will then work to turn the contents of the plan into a visually appealing document that you saw from the city of Raleigh. Ours is going to look just as great, if not better. And then the board will review and approve the final strategic plan document, and we hope that that will occur in the spring of 2022. And that is your update on the strategic plan.
Thank you, Maureen. I think it's really important that we have a strategic plan to back up our vision statement. Otherwise, they're just words on paper. They don't mean anything. So this is very important work. I really appreciate you undertaking it in such a comprehensive way, and also simplifying it, because we don't like to have just a lot of words to have words, but to simplify it and give us real strong, clear objectives, I think is fantastic. Are there any comments, questions for Maureen from the board? Commissioner Urban.
I think it's a long, arduous path. It's a great job. Staff has been working on it for years. Very commendable. I like it.
Yeah, I know Maureen is a great editor when she's taken some of the crap I've written and just goes, no, no, no. Here's what you want to say. And I'm like, wow, yeah, you're right. That sounds so much better.
I can understand.
Great job, Maureen. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll move on to 12D, consider reappropriation of general funds for street maintenance. Mr. Plug.
All right, I'm going to stay without video as well, because I'm struggling here myself. So the bottom line here is typically what happens is what money we don't spend each year in maintenance and repair, we rebudget it so we can create a bigger line item and have a bigger paving and street maintenance projects the next year. We've done that several times. This fiscal year, we neglected to do it. We reappropriated about $375,000 on September 13th, but we should have appropriated $813,000. And we should, and so the recommended action is to appropriate $813,000 from the general fund balance to the street maintenance and repair budget line item, so that we can do a larger paving and street maintenance project this year. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, comments for Mr. Blodgett, or are there any motions to approve this budget ordinance? Sorry, can you go back to the gallery view, please?
Oh, there's questions.
Commissioner Miller.
I'll just make a motion. Is anyone want to ask a question ahead of my motion?
No, I was going to make a motion, so go ahead, Jeff.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the attached budget ordinance amendment as presented, appropriating $813,169 from the general fund to the fund balance to the street maintenance and repair budget line item.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Miller, a second by Commissioner Urban. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We added at the front end of this meeting an additional item.
Yeah.
So you have me to thank for that, but it's the CMS school district realignment proposals. I want to get a flavor of what the consensus of this board is. Lori, I believe you have these two maps that we can put up on the screen, and I'll talk about them. So the school board is required, I believe, after every census to realign their maps as to which person represents, which district represents which people in the community. And so two scenarios were put forward. And again, if you look at this map, this is SS1. It was proposed by Sean Strain, our representative. And what it does, if you look up in the colored section there, it kind of balances the number of people that each member of the school board represents. So in this example, Mr. Strain is proposing that he represent essentially Pineville, Mint Hill, Matthews, and a portion of South Charlotte. So this is proposal number one, and that would affect us. It would be Sean still representing us in District 6, but he would also represent the other southern towns. Can you go to the next map?
Did it not switch?
Did not switch.
I still can't use Zoom. Hold on, let me toggle to the other one. I have to go back out. Sorry.
And Mayor, you said that the population in the SS1 Sean Strain was comparable or even?
Well, you can see the populations represented, like in this example. This is the second one. In this one, Sean would have 188,000. I believe in the other version, he'd have a few more thousand people in his district. This proposal would essentially switch Matthews over to Margaret Marshall's District 5. So Matthews would be in the green down here. And we need to respond by tomorrow because they're going to vote on these maps tomorrow. These are the two proposals they have. They have this one proposed by Carol Sawyer that would essentially group Matthews with a portion of South Charlotte, including Myers Park area, etc. The other one would group us with the southern towns. So the proponent for this, I mean, the way this is being, this particular map is being shown, or why it would be advantageous maybe to us, is this would give the southern towns more representatives. Instead of having one representative, they'd be represented by 3 different people, but they'd also be included into significant portions of Charlotte. So that's where we stand. The other 2 towns, Pineville and Mint Hill, have solidly supported Sean Strain's proposal and have written letters to the school boards stating that's how they feel. The town managers also, and I'm not going to speak for Hazen, but the other town managers have also said they think it's advantageous to use Sean's model. Sean's model also aligns the districts more closely with the county commission districts, although I don't know if that's a benefit or not. It's debatable whether it is or not. But I would like to get kind of a consensus, and I've talked to a few of you, and I've gotten differing views from a few of you on which one of these maps we should support. I personally like Mr. Strain's a little better, but I'm certainly willing to listen to other viewpoints. So if anybody has, I know it's very late and you guys are tired, but we really need to respond to this by tomorrow. So what are the thoughts of the board? What are the pleasure of the board? And just go ahead and speak up. What we're looking at the maps.
Ken, go ahead.
So I've spoken with Sean at length about this. I also agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that we should support Sean's. I again, not knowing that we were going to put out a joint statement, I was going to go tomorrow to the school board meeting and speak in favor of Sean's district if it's a consensus of the board. And if you're okay with it, I could speak at the meeting on behalf of the board. But my plan was to publicly support Sean Strain's maps. It makes the most sense. It's logical. It should, I mean, there's no reason to have different maps in the county commission, same constituency, same population. So that's where I stand.
David.
I think that Kent's exactly right. They would be completely diluting anything that we've got to say. You know, they're dividing us up so that the towns, which before was speak with a pretty solid voice, has a lot more weight, I would think, than grouping each of the towns into a population that is outvoted by Center Charlotte. I think that would be a mistake for us to support that. That's why I think Mr. McCool is on target with that. I think the mayor is too. And I think it makes a lot of sense to us, whereas it would dilute any say-so that we've got going with the other map. And I think that may be the purpose why they're going that way.
That's a good observation.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Well, I think that saying just a few thousand different is not accurate at all. In Sean Strain's map, he has 13,000 more constituents represented than Margaret Marshall's district in green. The board can speak as a consensus, but I will not agree that that is the best representation for Matthews. Our representative highly represents Valentine and may speak with you, McCool, but he does not speak, never made a meeting. And if we're discussing this in terms of Sean Strain's map versus Carol Sawyer's map, I think we're doing a disservice to the town by creating sort of a partisan alignment of the district. I don't think we're looking at all of the data in place by comparing these side by side without any context. And if you're talking about diluting the voice, giving one district 13,000 more votes, by definition dilutes our voice, and by definition dilutes our representation. He will have 13,000 more constituents to represent than Margaret Marshall. And in that sense, we are giving a vote to far fewer constituents, an equal vote to far fewer constituents than what Sean Strain will represent in District 6.
I think it's a little unfortunate that this is so rushed. This came up very quickly. Like, hey, what is your opinion on it? Without a lot of context. And it's unfortunate also that there's only two options, option A or option B. I don't know that either one of them is fantastic, but I'd like to get kind of a consensus of this board. No one, if you disagree, you're certainly you're able to speak on your own terms, but just wouldn't be representing the town. Commissioner Bland.
I think that, at least I'm looking at it from the perspective, I mean, I understand Renee, what she's saying is true. I agree with that. The problem is the history that I've had to deal with, of course, which was many years ago in dealing with the county, but I think it's always comes up time and time again that when Matthews or the small towns have something, Charlotte is so much bigger and has such denser population that if you take our, 35,000 people and split them into groups of 10,000 and three different people, their voice to the people that are actually representing them, they're outgunned by 2-3 times to one. Now, granted, we would have three different people in which we would have some say, but Charlotte voters are going to be the people that are going to get the ear, I believe, because that's the people that are going to elect them to office. So if the big city of Charlotte wants to do something, they've got 3 votes that where we used to at least have 1, but we don't have any anymore. That's sort of how I look at it. But, you know, and I agree, dropping this on us with only 1 day to try to figure it out or discuss it even further underscores my suspicion about what this is all about.
This
And-
wasn't dropped on us one day. We all got notice of it at least last week, if not before.
Well,
I heard about it last week.
maybe you guys did. I didn't know anything about it until just a few minutes ago, but that be as it may. But, you know, I do think it should be, it is important. And, you know, we're talking about our schools, about how they're overcrowded. You know, where are they going to build schools? Where are they going to do those type things? Are they going to put them where 65% of the voters for each one of those representatives live? Or where are they going to cast their votes? Where are they going to look to? That's how I see it. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I just wanted to put that out there, and you guys make your own choice. I don't have a personal relationship with any of those people, but I'm just looking at past history of how the voting and the power gets divided up. You know, when the small towns have stood together against the city of Charlotte, we fared fairly well. When we let them divide us up, they get their way every time. So anyway, that's just my thought.
I've spoken to Elise twice, Elise Dashu and Sean twice as well. So again, I don't think either one of them are ideal. I think Sean's is better than the other one, in my opinion. It sounds like that's the consensus of the board. There's no guarantee that this is the way it's going to go down anyway. We could say that we don't like it, and the school board can still vote to endorse the other plan. So this doesn't guarantee anything that they're going to do it just because we say that that's what we're in favor of. But I do see Renee's point. I wish the number of people was more equal. Perhaps they could make some adjustments to the. Even in Sean's plan, he has portions of Valentine and the Steel Creek area, I believe. Maybe they could take some of that away from him and just keep the southern towns. I don't know, but we've been tasked with expressing an opinion of which plan we like, the SS1 or CS1. So
pick your poison. That's right. Maybe, or your whatever.
Commissioner Miller.
Motion to support SS1, Sean Strain's version.
Second from Commissioner McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
No.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes 5-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Garner in opposition. Thank you. Move on to the mayor's report. I've got a few things. I know it's late. I'll talk quickly. Number one is we had an election last Tuesday. So congratulations to those of you that were elected. I think all the incumbents were elected, including myself, re-elected. And we don't have the official certified vote tally yet from BOE. I think it's going to come out within a week or so, but it appears that Mark Tefano and Gina Hoover will be joining us on the dais after Mr. Miller and Mr. Bland retire. And so we look forward to that. We want to thank Danielle Burnham for also running. All of us know how difficult it is to throw your name in the hat. So we appreciate her stepping up and running, and congratulations to all those that ran. And I will have further commentary on Mr. Bland and Miller at a later date. So we will honor them for their contributions.
Yeah.
Secondly, this past weekend was quite interesting for me. I've shared with a few of you, but I had the opportunity to do a few spiritual enlightenment type exercises over the weekend. The first was I went to the BAPS Mander Temple Friday. Some of you, I know Commissioner Urban, you've been there previously, but I got to see their whole Diwali celebration up close and personal. It's quite amazing. Hospitality was incredible. I was there with future commissioners Mark DeFano and Gina Hoover, coincidentally. But it was very interesting. A lot of explanation of why they do this or why they do that, and hospitality was incredible. Learned a lot, really eye-opening, and really appreciate all those folks, MB and the whole crew over there, Dr. Vasant Patel, and they treated us, outstandingly, and we really appreciated that. And then this past Sunday, I had the opportunity to attend Abundant Life's church services with Pastor Brent Watts and his wife Paula. And he's celebrating 15 years as pastor of that church. And that was another very interesting church experience, different from my church. But again, fantastic hospitality and just great people. So I encourage everybody in Matthews to take advantage of the different opportunities we have to learn something a little different about maybe what your tradition or your faith tradition is. This coming Thursday is Veterans Day. The American Legion Post 235 will have a ceremony at 11 o'clock at Stumptown Park. I encourage you to attend if possible. It's going to be really nice. We're also going to be saying some words about the plans for the Veterans Memorial Park that we approved earlier. And I'll be giving a riveting speech that I'm sure you don't want to miss. So please plan on attending that if you can. And finally, as I mentioned at the top of our meeting about 18 hours ago, Commissioner Whitley is doing better. He's returned from the hospital. He's in good spirits. And he wanted me to pass along his thanks for all the prayers and good wishes. And he thinks that's helped him get well from so many of folks calling him and wishing him well. He did want me to mention that on Wednesday of this week, 11/10/21, from 3 to 7 at the Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church Fellowship Hall, they will be giving free booster shots. Anybody that's eligible to get them, which I think is most people, if you say, certainly we all are, if you public official. And he wanted me to let you know that he will have your choice of shots, Pfizer, Moderna, or J&J, and also that children ages 5 to 11, if they're accompanied with an adult, can get their first Pfizer shot if they so desire, but they do need to be accompanied by an adult.
Mayor, when is the booster shot?
This Wednesday from 3 to 7 at Mount Moriah Baptist Church. I encourage you to take a look on their website and make sure I got all those dates right. I was driving when somebody was telling me that, but I know it's Wednesday, 3 to 7, Fellowship Hall. I think if I'm available, I'm going to go down and maybe get my booster shot then. So that's all I have. It's been a really long meeting. Thank you. We'll turn it over to the attorney's report.
Good report, Mayor. I have no report.
Manager report.
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. You'll get it.
Adjourn from Commissioner Miller, a second from Commissioner McCool. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, have a good night. Appreciate everyone. Had a good discussion tonight. Thank you. Good night.